Okay, welcome back to another video. It's the last game on my current schedule, and I'm gonna be posting the schedule right after I post this video. And the next game is gonna be Fields of Mystria, if I remember correctly, because we have an update on that game and I'm excited for it. Anyways, so I didn't read the description on this game when I first downloaded it, but apparently it has gay yearning. So, not specifically made for me, but apparently it's about the characters and shit, and I'm really intrigued. I really am. I love my gay stuff. Like, even if it's yaoi or if it's yuri. I particularly used to like yaoi a lot, and now I'm Yuri obsessed because guess what? I'm fucking gay as shit. Anyways, apparently this is gonna take like 2-ish hours or maybe 3. It depends on how slow I read, I guess. But it's linear storytelling, so there aren't many choices, but I'm excited to see what the story is. It has an alt guy in it. I love that. I can't stand the song Eternal Autumn, which is pretty unfortunate since it's really freaking popular. Okay, jumping right into hating, let's go. Okay, but like the art style, look at that, the color scheme, I love it. Anybody who's anybody knows Eternal Autumn. It's so beloved. I'm afraid it really will wind up being eternal. Funny. It only came out 6 months ago, but it's one of those songs with staying power, kind of like barf gag Wonderwall. In fact, if you've heard Wonderwall, you've heard Eternal Autumn. They sound kind of similar. They're both rock songs. Oh my fucking god, ostensibly, I can read. At least, but they're super schmaltzy. What the fuck is with these words? This game is not for me because I can't fucking read. These simple chord progressions and these whiny, sad boy vocals. Okay, that was funny. I'd argue Eternal Autumn is worse than Wonderwall, actually, because Eternal Autumn is in Japanese, so I can't actually understand all of the lyrics. Okay. In part, yes. I can understand the lyrics on a surface level, but they're kind of convoluted. The song is full of weird imagery, artsy, fartsy like shit. Together we stand against the tide of time, trapped in a snow globe, 2 lives aligned, and yeah, I'm not even gonna go into it. Eternal Autumn was just one of those tracks on Obscure's newest album. Polychromia. I can read! Let's go. I was actually kind of impressed with myself on there. The other tracks on the album are all standard Obscure stuff. There's a bit of bite to it, a whole load of crunchy guitars, a bunch of pained, tortured lyrics which sound like cries for help, but Eternal Autumn's a different beast from everything else on that album. Hell, it's different beast to everything Obscure's been putting out for the last 5 years. Obscure's a rock band, but their sound tends to lean pretty heavy. They don't exactly scream in any of their songs. They're not doing metal here. And they have some pretty catchy melodies, but their music's not always been radio friendly. I'd say their usual stuff is kind of aligned with some earlier Visual K groups. They're not as edgy or as old Duran Gray or experimental as Malice Miser, but maybe they're somewhere in the middle. Obscure have been decently popular ever since their debut album, Grey Flowers for a Gloomy Girl, but they were popular in this niche underground kind of way. They've always had a boatload of fans, of course. Their official Insta account has a cool 1 million followers, but they were never big. Their albums sold well. They went on tour across the country. They've been on tour across Europe a few times, and I'd occasionally see them on talk shows when flipping through the TV channels late at night. I know Rosario, the bassist, has been in a bunch of men's perfume ads. Rosario is not his real name, by the way, and Caleb, the lead guitarist, is a male model. That is his real name. The guy's half Japanese, half English, I think, but they weren't amazingly famous. They weren't household names or anything. But all that changed when Polychromia came out earlier this year, and Eternal Autumn became the most goddamn popular song on the planet. I love the slight, facial changes despite, it just being exposition. I do like that. It's all over TikTok, not that I use TikTok, even if I am the right demographic for it, and people are talking about it all over social media. Several high-profile singers have covered it, and it's already been arranged to high heaven and back. I was never Obscure's biggest fan, even when they were about as obscure as their name suggested. But the Eternal Autumn insanity isn't doing them any favors. Lately, it feels like I've not been able to go a single day without hearing it. Just stepped out to go Christmas shopping for my family and my few friends, but I've been dogged by Eternal fucking Autumn for the last 2 hours. I've been inside about a dozen shops, and I've heard that song play in the last 3 stores I went to, and no, I'm not kidding, it's December. So you think these stores would have started to play Christmas music already? I think I'd welcome that actually over Eternal Autumn, but no, I can't have what I want. That would be too easy. Fuck. I can't stand that song. Not the breathy vocals or the flanger. I was doing so good. I was reading so well. Effect on the guitars or the lyrics that should be insipid, but they actually sound kind of deep and poetic the more you listen to them, and that's it. I'm officially over this. I was able to buy a few gifts without going postal, at least, so I'm going to count that as a victory. I might as well head back now. I still want to buy a few more things, but I can do that later. I'd like to think this little shopping excursion was a net positive, even if I'm non-consensually subjected to Eternal Autumn more times than any man should be. Besides, it's early December in Hokkaido, and it's really freaking cold. Since I've gotten most of it over and done with, I might as well go back now. I still want to pick up a couple of gifts for my friends, but thinking about it, we aren't all that close. I do have friends. I'm not completely pathetic, please don't look at me like that, but they're not BFFs. As a guy, I feel it's hard to make close friends in general. Men tend to get too touchy-feely. Oh fuck, I read that wrong. Men tend not to get too touchy-feely, and we don't tend to be all that emotional either. You don't say! I have to get gifts from my parents, since they're my parents and all. They did raise me, and I can't exactly ignore my little sister. But the guys at the office? Kunikida, Sasayama, and others. Forget it. It's not like they need me to get them anything nice. In fact, knowing Sasayama, I'm just rereading that to make sure I don't sound weird. It'd probably say it's gay for men to buy one another Christmas gifts, which, I mean, yeah, I am gay! Whoever fucking wrote this dialogue, you're so funny. So I guess everything I do is inherently gay, but I don't think buying people presents is an act performed solely by homosexuals. Homosexual. And do homosexual. Oh my fucking god, my friends are infecting me with their stimming. If that really was the case, I think parents all across the world would be pretty opposed to the idea of Santa coming down their chimneys for their children. Oh my fucking god, this is funny. Well, whatever, it's cold. I'm tired and I don't want to bother buying gifts for Sasayama so he can roll his eyes at me and say, "Thanks, man, but I'm still not gonna get off with you if that's what you're after." I just want to go home. I pause at the crosswalk, my carrier bag of goods in my hand, waiting for the light to turn green. I'm ready to head back to the station, but while I'm glancing about, something catches my eye. There's a large billboard over yonder on one of the skyscrapers, which overlooks downtown Sapporo. And what do you know? 4 very familiar faces are, oh my fucking god, emblazoned? I don't fucking know. On that massive billboard. Faces I know a little too well. There's the bassist, Rosario. Looking a little like a debauched pirate in his shirt with strings that's open at the front, and Caleb, the lead guitarist, wearing a choker and looking all plaintive. I can read! I know how to read, I just can't do it. Tova, the drummer, is kind of in the back, looking all mysterious, but he's definitely the least interesting of the bunch. It doesn't have a fancy stage name, and he's not part European, and though he's a pretty good musician, he's the drummer. Nobody ever gives a damn about the drummers. In fact, I'm prepared to bet most of the casual Obscure fans don't know who Tova is. They could walk past him on the street and they wouldn't know him from your average salaryman. The poor guy. It's almost reassuring in a grim sort of way to know that even a drummer from a band as famous as Obscure can't catch a break. But the main focus of the billboard is given to Obscure's frontman, the vocalist, second guitarist, and the occasional keyboardist. Damn, multi-talented! The frontman, Uzi Akira, is looking all sad and plaintive in black, even sadder and plaintiver, and blacker than Tova in the bag, who's all shrouded in shadow. Okay. Akira's hair is coal black, while his skin is snow white, like a fairy tale princess. His nose and his ears are studded with silver, and though his lips are pursed, pursed ever so slightly, I know his tongue is pierced too. How do you know that? Like, does he stick his tongue out often? I don't understand. Oh, I already read the word sexy before I could even start reading the rest. He's wearing his casual, scuffed outfit, which should look try hard. A ripped black shirt and a black leather jacket, complete with these incredibly tight trousers, but it actually managed to make him look sexy. Okay, homosexual. Usui Akira's my age. Well, he's about a month younger than I am, but he positively oozes cool. Don't ever say that word to me again. He's this quiet, oh my fucking retiring guy. Really, Rosario and Caleb tend to speak the most during their interviews, but on these billboards, Akira dominates. He looks striking, with those dark eyes of his, that I find myself frozen in place. The traffic lights already changed. I can hear the cars screeching to a halt on the road, but I don't budge. I can't bring myself to. His presence is so overwhelming that it takes me a moment to realize this billboard was not, in fact, erected solely to the worship of Obscure's frontman. There's actually a text on it, large bold text announcing to the world that Obscure will be putting on a concert in Sapporo soon. I look like oh fuck, I can read. It looks like this part of Obscure's Polychromia tour to celebrate their newly released album. According to the billboard, Obscure will be playing at the oh fuck, wish me luck. Kyoiku Bunka Kaikan on, I could barely get through that, the 24th of December? Huh, so it's a Christmas Eve concert, is it? That's pretty soon. It's kind of daring too. I imagine most people will have other plans for Christmas Eve. It's a holiday, you're supposed to spend it with your loved ones. But if anybody can pull in a crowd, even during a big holiday like Christmas Eve, it'll be Obscure. I wonder how long this billboard's even been up here. They must have announced this concert a few months in advance, but I never realized they were going to play so close to home. I don't come into Sapporo that often since I live out in Ebitsu. So I guess I didn't see it. I have been checking Obscure social, and I saw the initial announcement for the Polychromia tour, but I didn't look at the dates or the locations too closely. I might have a passing familiarity with Obscure's activities, and you could say I'm intimately familiar with Usui Akira, but I'm not a fan of theirs. Okay, whatever you say, buddy. I'd rather suffer the indignity of buying Sasayama a Christmas gift only to have him affectionately call me a fag than go on and attend an Obscure concert, especially on Christmas Eve. I might be pretty sad, yeah. It's not like I have a partner and I don't have all that many friends, but I'm not so sad I demean myself by going to a concert held by a band I don't like all that much. The Nile's a river in Egypt. Your husband is gay. That's what I keep telling myself, at least. So why does it feel like Akira's eyes are boring straight into mine? 'Cause you're homosexual. It takes about a half an hour for me to get back to my home in Ebitsu. I am probably butchering the fucking shit out of that, by which point I feel totally drained. My place is a 15-minute walk from the station, and it's freezing cold outside. It actually started to snow, and my hair's a little damp from the fluffy flakes. I'm relieved I was able to make it back to my apartment in one piece, but I'm shivering badly as I tramp up the stairs to my cruddy apartment. My fingers are frozen, even inside my gloves, and I fumble eventually with the key for a few times. I read that correctly. I had to read that again. First, failing to stay in the fucking keyhole. Please don't let that be a future omen. The fuck you mean? My asexual brain does not know what to make of that. Then, managing to drop it on the floor. Fuck. I curse under my breath, the sound short and sharp in the icy air. What a pain. I live in a pretty cruddy apartment block, which was built all the way back in, I don't know, maybe the 70s? I'm not sure. But it's ugly as sin, and it's been poorly maintained, and the heating's not very reliable. In all, the place is a dump, but I guess it's my dump. I've called this place home ever since I moved out of my parents' home a couple of years ago, and I guess I'm attached to it, kinda, sorta. Well, no, maybe not. I can't pretend to love this place. It's so cramped, there's not enough room to swing a cat about, and the radiators never seem to work. I'm not exactly living the high life here, but it's my nice, cozy bed, and I guess I love my bed. I've not had a proper relationship in... Man, I don't even know what to think about how long does some tepid affair back in uni with some Chinese exchange student that ultimately went nowhere count, but I can always rely on my bed. Okay, that's a lot of context, my man. It's probably the closest thing I have had to a life partner, which, okay, I know that sounds kind of bad, but who doesn't love their bed? I mean, you are right. To be fair, I can't disagree with that. I love my bed because I've slept over at... There was this friend that insisted on that we should sleep over constantly at her place. Her sofa was... Oh my fucking god, my back. And her bed also, oh my fucking god, my back. Fuck that sofa and fuck that bed. I will never lay on that again because fuck off and die. Du för mig och din morsa går för 100. If you don't know what that means, I'm not sorry. I had to open a monster. My voice is like, ugh. I've been screaming along to music for the past couple of hours, but while doing a project, so it's so nice and warm, especially during the winter. I thought you said the radiator was busted. How the fuck is your bed warm? Please wait for me, my wonderful bed. I'm coming for you just as soon as I get the stupid fucking door open. I finally let myself inside, my fingers still spasming, and I throw off my coat. My gloves are the next to go. It's not like they did me much good. Then my scarf and my shoes. Newly undressed, I make a beeline straight for my bed. So tired, I don't even bother to turn on the lights. Relatable. I'm dimly aware I should change out of my hoodie, which is damp and cold from the snow, but I don't really have the energy for that. I just want to lie here, vegetate, while the wind sighs outside and the snow drums against the window pane. I've not been lying here for all that long, but I can feel myself thawing out already. Sleep is beginning to settle on me, just like the snow that's piling up outside. But a familiar face keeps swimming before my eyelids, no matter how fiercely I bury my face against the pillows. I can't stop thinking about Akira. I wish I could say that this is a first for me, lying awake at night thinking of Obscure's frontman, but this happens more often than I'd like to admit to. It's been hard for me to avoid thinking about that stupid band, and it's gotten even worse since Eternal Autumn blew the fuck up. I know it's because of Akira that Obscure have come so, well, unobscured, despite their stupid name. Eternal Autumn has to be one of Akira's songs. It has his fingerprints all over it. Eternal Autumn is a love song through and through, but there's a melancholy undercurrent to the whole thing. Cold, sharp fragments of pain wrapped up in cotton candy. I just have to make sure I know where my mouse is. I was like, where is it? I'm not gonna press anything dumb, am I? The song is full of regrets, so much so, it's positively bursting at the seams. It's a song of days gone by, of a romance unfulfilled. It's a song about a love story which never had a happy ever after, which advanced far enough to have a once upon a time. I don't know if I understood that sentence. It's a song about the past. Days we'll never get back. It's a song about Akira. And I'm pretty sure it's a song about me! What do you want? I fucking knew it in the back of my brain, but I didn't think he was gonna be self-aware about it. Despite my supposed hatred for Obscure, I still find myself reaching for my phone in the back of my pocket. I slide it free, though it's a little awkward to get it out under the covers. Then I start to search. I bring up a familiar YouTube channel, one that I've been subscribed to for years, ever since Obscure debuted. Then I click on the most viewed video by far, Eternal Autumn, which is a whopping 300 million views. I set the video to play, and from the very beginning, I'm entranced. For a moment, I even wonder if Akira is thinking about me, if he knows I'm still watching him. Does he know that I never once forgot about him? And would it even make a difference at this point if he did? It might have been 8 years since Akira and I went to school together, but I can still remember what he looked like, what he acted like, and I can remember it only too well. Oh my god, flashbacks! Holy shit, I'm invested. I'm invested! Oh! Uzi Akira was a shy boy, insecure and anxious, who transferred into Minato High in his last year. He moved to Sapporo with his mother when he was 17, though I don't think he moved too far. I'm pretty sure he told me he was born in Hokkaido. Only he came from a city a little further north. I don't remember all the precise details. It's been a while, and we had a lot of, oh my god, mean endearing conversation. I need a second. I need to restart my brain. Okay. Pause, rewind, play. Conversations peppered with meaningless words. He told me a little about his family, about his father who had divorced his mother to marry his secretary! Why his secretary of all things? Isn't that a little cliche? And his mother who done his best to raise him. Oh my god. What? Done his best to raise him on her own. Anyways, he told me a little about the old school he'd been to and how he'd been teased for being so shy, unusually so for such a tall boy. Oh, so he's tall as fuck. Okay, but we mostly talk about music. I used to play drums while Akira still is, I guess, a guitarist. We played different instruments, but I dabbled a little when I was younger, so I knew some of the basics. He'd ask me for advice, and I did my best to help him. I tried to give him moral support. Or maybe it'd be more accurate to say I tried to give him a kick in the backside so he could stand on his own 2 feet. Slay! We love to see that. I'm not sure how I felt about Akira even now. I think part of me found his self... Oh my god, Effans? Oh, fucking hell. Self-offensing attitude annoying. But another part of me envied his skills. He really was talented, and the funny thing is, I don't think he realized it. I think a lot of people don't realize how talented they are. I mean, I would say I'm pretty mediocre at sewing, but a lot of people around me are like, holy shit, you're fucking talented. And I'm like, yeah, but this, and that, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, not a lot of people realize how talented they are. Oh, fuck, my hand's cold. He can't... Oh, fuck. Pause, rewind, play. He can't have done, or he wouldn't have come to me asking about his playing so often. That's right, it's all coming back to me. I can remember the run up to the school festival and the set list that Rio helped us devise. I remember how worked up Akira was about performing in front of the school in the gymnasium, his first ever performance. I remember our club room, which was always a bit of a mess, since it was mostly used as a remedial classroom for kids struggling with their literacy skills, colorful educational posters that would have been more suitable for primary school tacked up on the walls. I remember the faint, sticky smell of cherry soda which permeated the air, after Kay accidentally dropped a bottle of the stuff during one practice session and it splattered everywhere. I'm pretty sure I still have some monster on my walls. Like, I need to try and clean that up, but I'm too lazy to do it. And I remember the washed out sunlight of the setting sun as it filtered through the blinds, hitting the beige wall opposite in stripes like a tiger's pelt. I remember... Oh my god, he looks so cute! Oh my god, my first reaction was like, oh my god, my baby! Hey, Haruto. I was fiddling around a little with the arrangement of Sakura Panic, and I think the bridge between the verse and chorus sounds a little more dynamic like this. Would you mind if I show you? Huh? I glanced at Akira disinterestedly, a rag in one hand and a bottle of disinfectant in the other. I only hung around in the club room after our other band members Kay, Rio, and Taiki fucking skedaddled. I have never actually read that word before, so I could do some maintenance on my old drum kit. It's a little beat up. Well, drummers are meant to beat up their drums, I guess, so I wanted to give it a bit of a clean. It felt like the right time, especially since the school culture festival is coming up and we're supposed to be playing. I just want my drums to look presentable. It's not like I stayed back because I wanted to listen to more of Akira's neurotic ramblings about music. In fact, that's the last thing I wanted to hear right now. I just want to clean my drum kit and head home. That was my plan, at least, but... Are you looking for my advice again? If you wouldn't mind, I know that you helped Rio write this song, so I wanted to see what your opinion was. I'm afraid it might disrupt the flow of the piece a little. It sounds good with just the guitar, at least. I think it does. But I wasn't sure how it would work with the drums. If I can stop stuttering! So that's why he's interested in what I have to say, is it? Well, it's nice to know that he cares enough to ask, rather than ad-libbing during the concert like some ego-tripping asshole, but... I'm just gonna take a sip before I start reading you. I barely wrote this song. I only gave Ryo a couple of ideas. I'm not that into composition, you know? I've been into music since I was about 5, and by into music, I mean I worked my way through the piano, the guitar, and the mandolin, don't ask, before I settled on the drums, but I'm afraid that I'm not that much of a nerd. The Nile's a river in Egypt. I might have helped Ryo out on a few of the light music club's original song, Sakura Panic. Oh, fuck. Tokimeki Check-In and Synapse Relapse. What the fuck? Anyways, but I only gave a few suggestions. Songwriting isn't really my forte. I'm not exactly on Gakt's level here, but I guess I'm not completely hopeless? I don't see why Akira comes to me for advice, though. If he wanted help, he'd be better off asking Ryo, but Akira doesn't talk to Ryo all that much. I think it's because he likes you. I might be a little bit out on a stretch here, but I think it might be slightly more than friendly. Could just be me. Could just be me. Who said that? Speaking from experience. Akira's been part of the light music club since early May, but he doesn't really speak to anybody except me. You see what I fucking mean? You see what I mean? Anyways, I don't know why Akira's latched on to me in particular, but I guess I don't hate it? It's almost endearing in its own way, but there's only so much I can give him. I wish he'd hash this stuff out with Ryo instead, but... I know that, but the others have already gone home. Yeah, 'cause you didn't ask them to stay and give you any advice, idiot. Oh my god, I already love these two. Holy shit. Like, as much as I love my visual novels that are dating sims, I also enjoy this kind of visual novel. It's just really endearing in a sense. And listen, the writing's good so far, and like the dialogue is really good. Like, there's no excessive amount of cursing, it's just enough to emphasize like what he's saying. I can't really ask them now. Anyway, you're a little easier to talk to than the others. We are in the same class after all, so... Do you mind taking a listen? Jeez. I can see my plans turning to dust already, before my eyes. But what choice do I have? He's asking so nicely, I'd feel bad if I told him no. I don't want to upset Akira, but maybe this is why he's... Oh, fuck it. Why... maybe this is why he always asks me for advice. I can read. Okay. Rather than Ryo, Kei, or Taiki. Still don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It's 'cause I'm the only one bleeding my heart in the club who indulges him. Taiki's too busy helping out at his parents' store to hang out around the music club all that much, and I know Kei's been busy hanging out with his girlfriend, and Ryo, well, I don't really know where Ryo fucks off to. He's pretty mysterious like that. Still, I don't have any real plans other than reading manga in my room until my mother calls me down for dinner. So, alright, fine. If you want to play for me that bad, you might as well. Let's hear what you've come up with. Right. Thanks you, Haruta. Thank you. Fuck. Thanks you? What the What am I saying? Anyways. So, no prob. Now, are you gonna hurry it along? Some of us have things to do. You don't. We both know you don't have things to do. Like, read the latest chapter of Bleach! That's incredibly important. Not that I expect an honor student like Akira to know that. Oh, he's an honor student? Oh my god. I bet he's never read a single issue of Shonen Jump in his life. He's way too studious. But that's so cute! Oh my god. My baby. Right, of course. I'm sorry. Akira adjusts his grip on his guitar and then rests his fingers against the fretboard. There's a small pause, a moment of silence. And then he begins to play. Apparently there's a lot of like original music in this, which I do actually appreciate. It's a song I knew well. Though maybe I should say this is a snippet of a song I know well. This is Sakura Panic, one of Ryo's originals. It's one of the tracks we're planning to play. And by we, I mean the Unappreciated Egoists. That's the name of our band at the school culture festival. We have a pretty slim track list comprised of only 5 songs, 3 originals and 2 covers. One of our cover songs is Hito ni Yasashiku by the Blue Hearts. Hey, don't look at me like that. I know they're an older band, but I still like them. And the other's an instrumental of Dig Up Her Bones by Misfits. None of us are confident enough in our English to even attempt the vocals. That's still cute. We've got our set list planned out, and we spent the last weeks working on getting these songs down. We've just been painting by the numbers, really, sticking to the same old. But Akira is not content to leave well enough alone. He keeps fiddling with our songs for whatever reason, improvising an arpeggio run here and an extra riff there. I'm not sure why he can't play the songs the way he's supposed to without all these little flourishes. But I've got to admit, he's doing a pretty good job at it. It'd be easier if he's just played what he was supposed to, but this does sound better. There's way more texture. We love more texture. It's crunchier, I guess. There's more to chew on, and he hasn't changed things up all that much either. He only changed the song up a little bit, but it sounds significantly better. What a show-off. The last few notes of his guitar riff fade away, his fingers stilling on the strings. Akira looks at me anxiously. For a guy, he sure does have big eyes. They're so wide and brown, like a fawn, as he says, "So, how was that?" I think my opinion should go without saying, really. Akira's playing was good, but I expect nothing less of him. He's always been the best musician in the Unappreciated Egoists. The other guys mostly see the band as a laugh, as if that wasn't immediately obvious from the name. I think Ryo just picked the name on a whim because he thought it was funny, though Ryo's sense of humor always been a little screwy. He's dry and sarcastic, and in some ways, he kind of reminds me of my grandfather. Ryo might be 18, just like I am, but he acts so perpetually fed up, you'd think he has the soul of a much older man. I can kind of relate to that, actually. He's pretty grumpy, and his sense of humor is kind of mean-spirited. I've always thought our band's name was meant to be a dig at us, because we're nobodies. Hell, he might as well have called us the Nobodies to make it extra explicit. But I'm getting off topic. I do have a lot. I do that a lot, even in my flashbacks, apparently. My bad. We love a self-aware king. We love a self-aware king. The point is, our band is really just some glorified after-school thing. There's only 5 members in our band. A drummer, that's me. A bassist, that's Rio. A keyboardist, that's Kay. And 2 guitarists, one of them being Akira and the other one being Taiki. We're just 5 guys who fuck around after school. It's not like any of us have any dreams of being signed onto a big record company or going pro. Rio's pretty smart, even if he acts bored and disinterested most of the time, and he'll be going off to medical school once we graduate. The rest of us don't have future career prospects as bright as Rio's. There's no hope in hell I'll get into med school. My grades are nowhere near good enough. But we all have plans of our own. Kay's planning to go to a vocational school, and I've already been accepted to some middle-of-the-road uni in Sapporo. Once high school finishes, the unappreciated egoists will be no more. Our band is doomed to remain unappreciated like the name suggests, because we're going to fold soon enough. With that in mind, what is the point of in trying hard? We're just killing time, so we might as well enjoy ourselves. I just want to put on a show at the school cultural festival that's good enough so I don't make a complete idiot out of myself. But Akira can leave well enough alone. He keeps practicing, even though he's way better than the rest of us already. He's so much better than the rest of us, in fact, it makes me feel kind of sick. Why does he put so much energy into our stupid band? Part of me wishes I felt even halfway passionate about the band as he does, but I can't lie to myself, I really want this. For me, the unappreciated egoist is just a fun distraction from my daily life, but Akira? Is everything alright, Haruta? It didn't sound bad, did it? He's so fucking cute! Fuck. I'll be damned if I know what the band is to him. And I don't know if I care. Was that a voice crack? I need to drink more. My voice fucking up. I swear, it's because I keep screaming along to music. We're just about close enough that I can call him by his given name instead of the more distant Usui, but we're not BFFs. I don't care why he works so hard on his picking and his bending and whatever hell else he's been brushing up to, but I wish he wouldn't bother. Doesn't he know that it makes the rest of us look bad? It'd be fine if we were all on about the same general level of okayness, but Akira's putting in way too much effort, way too much work here. I'm tempted to smack him upside the head, but I don't want to get emotionally involved in all of this. I don't really care about our playing, so I guess it's easiest to brush Akira's inquiries off with a shrug and sorry man, I guess I was spacing out for a sec. What you did sounded just fine though. Did it really? I changed it up a little, so the tone's a little more moody, and I used some Aeolian chord progression in this part so I could... Oh boy, and on he goes, blah blah blah. I know a little about music theory myself, but I'm mostly self-taught. A lot of this terminology is flying over my head, and damn, does he need to be this specific? Alright, Van Helen, hold up. I get you care about your performance, which is admirable, I guess. But I don't know why you're worrying so much. We're just gonna be performing at the school culture festival. We'll be in the gym, and we'll be playing in front of the same classmates we see every single day. Do you think any of them... Oh, fuck. That threw me off! Know what an Aeolian chord progression is? Well, no, but... Well then, there you go. You don't gotta get into the weeds so much. So long as you don't screw up too badly on stage, everything will be fine. Do you really think so? Sure, most people won't even be able to tell if you make any mistakes if you power through it. You just gotta fake it till you make it. But you're like way past that stage already. Compared to me and Rio and the others, you've already made it. You're a good guitar player, so stop fuzzing. Just play the solo like you're supposed to and it'll be fine. That's what my mother told me too. She said I was thinking about this too much, just like you. But this is all very new to me. I've never performed in front of an audience before, so I'm a little uneasy, I guess. It's a bit scary, actually. Well, there is that. The other members of the Unappreciated Egoists have played a handful of times before at last year's Culture Festival, and at this small local club that Taiki's aunt runs, but Akira's a new addition to the group. To our group. I can read. He only joined the school at the start of the school year, and he's been a member of the Unappreciated Egoists for all of 3 months. I guess he's being thrown into the deep end, so to speak, but... Oh, come on, bro. You don't need to be scared. Not with your skill level, you'll crush it. Crush? I mean, it'll be fine. You're already way better than our last lead guitarist, Toru. But don't let him know I said that. I approach Akira, then drop my voice to a conspiratorial whisper. He'd be real sad if he knew I just said that. Like he isn't sad about Akira. Like he isn't sad about Akira all but usurping his position already. Toru quit the light and music club at the end of last year because he fucked up his hand playing basketball, and Akira wound up joining the club and taking his spot at the start of this year. I think Toru's a little sore about it, but he's always been more into basketball than he has the guitar. His playing was sloppy, and he was always making mistakes. Akira's far, far better than he was. And he's a good deal better than Taiki, too. Oh my god. I'm having that fucking nose issue again. Come to think of it, maybe that's why Taiki's been helping his parents around the store more lately instead of hanging behind to practice. Maybe he doesn't want to be shown up by Akira. That might sound a bit kind of petty, but if that is the case, I get it. I wouldn't want to be shown up by Akira either. Oh, right. Akira flushes. I guess he's the type who's weak against compliments and glasses to one side. I'm very glad you think so, though I'd never tell Toru that. Of course, I wouldn't want to upset him. I'd rather not make any enemies, especially when all the current members of the club have been so nice. You've all been looking out for me in your own ways. Is he including Rio in that assessment? If so, I'm tempted to call BS on that. I don't think Rio knows how to look out for anyone. He doesn't even like cats. Sometimes it's enough to make me wonder if the guy's a legit psychopath. Okay. Or was it sociopath? I can read! I can read! Which is why I'd want to make sure my performance is the best it can be. I don't want to show anybody up. Not when you've all been at this for so long. I think that really would be inexcusable. Brother, man. I always knew this guy was a stiff, but he's acting way too... Oh, fuck. Differential. Yep. I'd like to tell Akira to stop being such a wuss, but I don't know if that'd help any. He looks legit anxious, fiddling with the sleeves of his jacket like that. So much so, I feel compelled to help him. I know I said I didn't want to get involved, and that still holds true, but... Hey Akira, you said you never performed on stage before. Akira shakes his head. Alright then. Excuse me. It seems like you're less concerned about your technical skills, which are solid by the way, and more making mistakes when you're up on stage. So I'll just need to give you some immersive training. They say the best way to get over your fears is to face them head on, so why don't you come with me? I think I know how to help. What? Haruto, wait! I'm not waiting. You're the one who asked me for help, remember? You wanted my advice, so you're damn well gonna get it, unless you want to waste my time. No, of course I don't. I'm sure you're a very busy person. I don't want to get in the way. I was just hoping. I don't care what you were hoping. If you want to learn how to play in front of people, you gotta get used to it. So come on, pretty boy, and let's start training you up. Oh, he called him a pretty boy. Okay. I see you! I incline my head in the direction of the doorway, while Akira swallows, looking all pitiful. There's a small pause, a moment where Akira looks at me uneasily, and then... Alright, I'm coming. Ha. That's what she said. Oh my fucking god. You goddamn losers. You goddamn losers. I can't say shit. I do that all the time. I do those jokes all the time. And Dirk is just sleeping through me screaming. Per usual. I think with a small smirk. One Akira doesn't see, mercifully, since I've already spun about on my heels. I exit the club room where Akira was practicing and step out into the hallway. The day is getting on, and the sky beyond the glass windows is a reddish-yellow color. The sun slowly sinking in the sky. The sky looks a little bit like orange juice, while the clouds which drift around in it remind me of ice cubes. Akira and I stayed behind after school for a good hour and a half after classes let out, and the hallways more or less empty. A couple of students pass us by in PE uniforms. I think they might be members of the track team. And it looks like the library is still open. But the school's more or less deserted. It isn't creepy though. Not like quiet schools are in horror movies. There's just enough people to lend the school a cozy sort of feeling. Maybe it's because of the orange sky which filtered through the windows. In any case, I've gotta hurry. The school's gonna close in an hour, and I still haven't given Akira a proper pep talk. I'll be damned if I'm going to let him fuck up our performance at the school culture festival because of his nerves. Not that I really care about the school culture festival or anything. I just don't want him making too many stupid mistakes. I need Akira to get over how stupidly self-conscious he is, which is why I lead him through the quiet corridors all the way up to... Oh, are we allowed to come up here? It's fine, I have a key. See? I hold up a key in my right hand, a silvery thing which winks in the sunlight. Oh, they're going up to the roof? How the fuck did you get that key? I used the key to unlock the door. Well, duh. Which leads up to the school roof. Then I step outside. Students aren't supposed to come up onto the school roof, but some of us have special privileges, including yours truly. Ayato? Who said that? Where is he? Akira must be wondering about that, because he looks at me curiously and says, "Why do you have that?" Oh, it wasn't too hard to get my hands on it. I just had to go on a date with the headmistress. Do you know she has a thing for younger guys? What the fuck do you mean? Uh-huh. I'm teasing, of course. I mean, isn't it obvious? But Akira is so pure, it looks like he's taking this at face value. Is that really alright, though? I mean, there's young and then there's young, and she's a teacher. Here, Akira's voice drops to a scandalized whisper, even though there's nobody on the roof to overhear us. He blinks, looking all abashed, and he mumbles, "Isn't that illegal? She could get fired for that, or thrown in prison. There's no way that's allowed, it seems." Ouch! Akira doesn't get a chance to tell me what it seems. However, because I deliver a swift flick to his forehead, one which makes him reel. What was that for? It was to make you calm down. Duh. Now listen, of course, I'm not carrying on some sordid relationship with the headmistress. She's like 60 and she's already married. I think she has grandchildren that are our age, and I do have some self-respect. Even if she did make a move on me, I wouldn't exactly reciprocate. Then why did you say that you did? Why not? I wanted to see how you'd react, and it was priceless, like I imagined. Then you were teasing me? Well done! Do you want an award for your amazing powers of observation? Now look here, I'm not dating the headmistress. Or anybody for that matter. My love life's about as dry as the Sahara Desert. Relatable! Who said that? I was given this key in case I ever wanted to practice the drums on the roof, you know, because they're so loud. And the music club room isn't exactly soundproof. Oh, that does make sense, I guess. But I've never seen you come up here before. Well, yeah, hauling my drum kit around is a pain. I don't really do it all that often, and it snows so much in the winter, it's not really worth it. Still, I figure I might as well play up here. We have the space, so why not? Now look here, I know you have the lowest self-esteem known to man, and I don't know and I know you're afraid of playing on stage. That's pretty obvious. But I figured I could help you get used to it if you played somewhere a little more open. Oh my fucking god! If there wasn't a volleyball match on right now, I would have gone to the gym. But since we can't do that, you'll have to pretend that this roof is your stage, and your adoring fans are all over there. Do you think this'll help you relax? Akira frowns, then glances across the rooftop A vast, smooth expanse of concrete where students are rarely allowed to go. I can see a few birds superimposed against the sun. Black arches, which looks like hastily drawn cartoon scribbles. Our school is located on a hill, and in the distance, past the roofs of buildings, I can see the mountains. Rough and craggy. Is that how you say that? All tinged with red-yellow light. I press a hand to my neck, massaging it, while Akira continues to stand there. He blinks, and then says, "It might help, actually. If nothing else, it should make a chance. It should make. Okay. Pause. Rewind. Play. It should make a nice chance of. A nice change of pace. Fuck, I can read. From playing in the club room. Though I was wondering about something, actually. What sort of something? Well, I don't know if you'd be interested. Try me. Right. I guess I won't know until I ask. Akira swallows and then glances at me shyly. I don't want to impose, but since we came all the way up here, I've been practicing our set list for the Culture Festival show during these past couple of weeks, but that's not everything I've been doing. I've actually been composing a song of my own. Oh yeah? Yeah, the idea just came to me, I guess, before I was about to go to sleep. I liked the melody, so I figured I'd scribble it down. But I didn't intend to do anything with it. It was just a bit of fun, I guess. I didn't think it'd be anything serious, especially when I was practicing for the Culture Festival. But I had a few more ideas, and I got kinda into it, so I started to noodle away at the song in my spare time, and before I knew it, I'd more or less finished it. I can read. I still haven't gotten the ending down, and some of the transitions are kinda rough, but I thought it'd be nice to share with somebody. And you wanted to share it with me. If you wouldn't mind hearing it. I don't want to be a bother. But I've composed a few songs before, and this is the first one I've actually liked. I wound up scrapping the others since they sounded too derivative. I think I took a bit too much inspiration from Miyavi. Yeah, but this one stood out to me. I think it sounds nice, if that doesn't sound too big-headed. I was thinking it might be nice to play it during the Culture Festival too, if we have a spare couple of minutes, but I'd really like to hear your opinion first. For all I know, it could be utterly terrible, and I've just convinced myself it's decent. I've been fiddling around with the composition for a while, so I can't really tell. I need a pair of fresh ears, if you don't mind. So Akira wants me to be his audience, does he? This is nothing new. He's always asking for my opinion, but he's never asked me to listen to an original composition before. I just needed a second. One second. Whew. This is a lot of reading for me, like extreme amounts of reading. I can already feel my voice just... He likes to put his own spin on existing songs, like he did with Sakura Panic earlier, but he's always modifying somebody else's work. Ryo's in the case of Sakura Panic. I don't know Akira's... I didn't know Akira composed his own songs, though maybe I should have. He seems like the sort who would. I'm actually impressed he was able to work up the courage to ask me to take a listen to and potentially tear into something he wrote himself. But you said you wanted to play this at the Culture Festival? If there's enough time, and if it's good enough, of course. I don't really know if Ryo would be alright with it. I think it might be a bit too sentimental. Well, I wonder. I don't know. I can't make any final decisions. I'm not the leader of the band. But it's probably too late to change our plans. I mean, we only have a week left until the show. It all seems a bit last minute, you know? And you know how Ryo gets when it comes to planning shit. Oh, of course. Akira laughs awkwardly, in his very Akira way. So mild-mannered, self-conscious, and it kind of makes me feel. It kind of makes me want to deck him. Don't punch him in the face. He's too cute. Isn't he supposed to be a guy? Why is he so shy? Hell, he's way taller than I am. You'd think he'd be more confident, but I guess not. He's nothing like Kei and Taiki, and he's definitely not like Ryo. He's not quite like any other guy I've met before, but I still want to look out for him. I wonder why that is. I'm sure my little sister would snicker at my ignorance and direct me to some sort of seedy boys love drama CD she likes so much. If I want any help answering that question. But that's not an avenue I'm prepared to go down. It's not like this is a gay thing. I just want to support Akira if I can, because he's more talented than he gives himself credit for. He's a gifted musician, but he can't seem to see that. Why is it always the most hardworking people who are the most blind when it comes to recognizing their own abilities? It's actually really irritating. Well, you're right about that. I wouldn't want to ruin Ryo's plans. Especially when we've been practicing that Blue Hearts cover. But I'd still like to play this song for you. Just to see what you think. It's fine if we can't play it at the Culture Festival. It probably isn't ready for that, to be honest. It's still a rough draft. I'd like to like I said, I can read. But I would like some feedback. Would you mind? Sure, knock yourself out. But not literally, of course. I am kind of interested to see what you've been cooking up. Right. Thank you, Haruto. This song doesn't have a name yet. Like I care about that. The names are the last thing I fuss about when it comes to music. Trust Akira to worry about something girly like that. I wouldn't say it's girly, but okay, damn. But I hope you enjoy it. Akira doesn't say this last statement, of course. I can hear the question mark working its way into his words, spoiling whatever dignity he might have had. Give me a second. There's this little trickle in my throat that I need to get rid of. Hello, Leo. Also, if you're wondering who Leo is, it's my friend's very ugly dog. He is very ugly. There's no argument on that. Whoever says he's cute, you need to be put in a psych ward. His shoulders look stiff, like he's about to march into battle, and jeez, why is he shaking so much? That's not gonna do him any favors when he starts playing. He's messed up already before he even pressed his fingers against the frets. That's what I think, at least. But when Akira starts playing his nameless song, his work in progress, all of my pessimistic thoughts are soon silenced. Akira's song is, well, it's soft and gentle, and it's more melancholy than I expected. There's a real pathos to the song, as his fingers find the well-thumbed strings of his guitar. It's a deceptively simple song. The chord progressions aren't anything special, and the fingerwork doesn't seem too fancy, but though the BPM is a bit on the lower side, it's not really a rock song, it feels more like a ballad. There's something haunting about it, almost ethereal. It's beautiful. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to describe it. This song really is breathtaking, and coming from me, that's really saying something. I'm not a sentimental guy. In fact, I'm the opposite of sentimental. Kohan is, oh my fucking god, always telling me I should be more tactful, that I need to get a clue. Like, that's something you can just pick up from the convenience store along with a copy of Weekly Shonen Jump. I'm pretty matter of fact, and I don't mince my words. I speak pretty bluntly, and I don't really care about sparing people's feelings. I don't cry when I watch movies or when I listen to especially sad songs. I was gonna say I relate, but then you said that, and I cry really easily. I might have gotten a bit sniffy once I saw a seal being maimed in some documentary, but that's about it. Oh no! What is it with people and talking about seals all of a sudden? I listen to a lot of music from all sorts of bands, Japanese, Chinese, American, British, you name it. But Akira's song, there's something haunting about it. What compelled Akira to compose it? What was he trying to express? I couldn't say. But despite Akira's obvious discomfort about playing an unfinished piece, it's undeniably effective. I find myself drawn into the song further and further until... all of a sudden, the song stops. The last note doesn't fade away gracefully into the cool, crisp air. It comes to a halt too quickly, so I'm forcefully thrown out of the oh my god, evocative world of Akira that was able to craft with his delicate playing. I can read. I feel disoriented, even as Akira says, "What did you think?" What am I meant to say to that? If I were in some seedy dive bar, I'd be shouting and demanding an encore. And if we were in an opera house, I'd be on my feet. I'd be up on my feet in anticipation of a standing ovation. That's how good Akira's playing was. It was a moving piece, so why is he coming over all meek? I know he has the self-worth of a sea sponge, but jeez, learn to read the room. Or roof. Oh, for fuck's sake. I take a step towards Akira. He flinches, clutching his guitar like it's his baby. Then say, "Are you being serious right now?" Well, I'm not joking. Why? Do you think I was? Man, this guy. Why does he have to be so painfully earnest? Actually, maybe that's why I'm so soft on him. He kind of reminds me of me of that unfortunate seal I saw in that nature documentary ages ago. The one which made me feel all sniffly. Oh my god, that's cute. No, I think you're being serious. But that pisses me off even more. Why do you always need to ask me how good you are? You should know that answer already, unless you want to make me praise you. I'm sorry. I really don't know what you mean, though. Did I do something wrong? No, you idiot. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, the exact opposite. You played so perfectly, it's almost criminal. You're way too good at the guitar. Are you sure you weren't, like, descended from Jimi Hendrix? I mean, what the hell? Do you really mean that? Yeah, I mean that. But don't make me repeat it. You don't want me to keep kissing your ass, do you? Of course not. That's the last thing I want. Well, stop being such a weirdo then. I don't think you're finishing for fishing. I can read. I don't think you're fishing for compliments. I know you're not calculating enough for that. But there's such a thing as being too humble, you know? The song's great. I liked it a lot. If you play it for Rio, I bet he'll love it too. Do you think so? Well, as much as Rio can love anything, I know he can be a bit of a dick, but he does have a heart. At least, I think he does. He might not like cats or small children, but he can tolerate Nanami, so he can't be all that bad. If you play that song for him, just like you did for me, I'm sure he'll let you add it into our program somewhere. Really? Yes, really. I'm not just saying these things, you know, so don't look so, I don't know, grateful? I'm trying to be nice. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling the truth. If your song sucked, I'd tell you that too. But I didn't. Worst luck. Oh fuck, my throat. I can read. I know this sounds mean, but that's the... But part of me, a petty vindictive part, almost wishes that his song did sound bad, so I wouldn't have to praise him so effusively. It's pretty embarrassing, but I don't think Rio will have an issue with it. Even if he can be kind of precious when it comes to preparing shit. Okay, what the fuck? Your song is better than any cover, though. I think it'll go down well. Even if I happen to like the Blue Hearts. And if nothing else, I'm sure the girls will all love you. The girls. Akira blinks at me from behind his thick glasses, wide-eyed. As though I just said something outlandish. Something like, the man-eating predators will all love you. Oh my fucking god. I mean, though knowing some of the girls at this school, that might not be too far from the truth. Oh my god. Never experienced that because 1, I'm a girl. 2, popularity in schools isn't exactly like typical from either like Western or Japanese television, like at all. Like the hierarchy of popularity, never fucking seen it. Is there a group of like typical bratty kids in school? Yeah, obviously. But is there a hierarchy of popularity? Not that I've noticed. None of our female classmates are evil aliens. Well, not to my knowledge. I don't really understand half of the stuff that Nanami and her gang come out with, though. But they can be kind of tough to deal with. Akira smiles vaguely, a shy, awkward smile, as he says, I'm not sure about that. I don't know if there's anything all that interesting about me. I doubt girls at school would care. Well, that's where you'd be wrong. I don't see the appeal myself, but you have this kind of sad, kicked puppy look to you. A lot of girls seems to be into. I mean, to be honest, even I like that. So he's not wrong, for some inexplicable reason. The Niles are ever in Egypt. I know you like it. And doesn't Nanami like you? Nanami? You know, Rio's friend? The one who always rolls her skirt up? The flashy girl? Like flashy as she flashes people, or flashy as fabulous? Oh, maybe she does? If I'm honest, I've not been paying all that much attention to, any girls. I've been too busy practicing. I want to keep getting better, so you're gonna ignore every single girl who looks at you. Who said that? Oh well, that's your loss. I can't say I get it myself. Though maybe I kinda can, in Nanami's case. I don't know if she'd make a good girlfriend. Make good girlfriend material. She's so aggressive! Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Me? Relate? Nah, absolutely not. I don't know what you're talking about. I've been reading for 1 hour and 20 minutes straight, and my voice is already like, I might have to like take a small break and then come back. I think I'm gonna do that actually. Okay, back like 24 hours afterwards. So we're gonna see if my voice is fine reading, because it was a lot of fucking reading, but it was fun. Though maybe I kind of can. In Nanami's case, I don't know if she'd make a good good girlfriend material. She's so aggressive. My mother says I'd probably do well marrying an aggressive woman so she can whip me into shape. Oh my fucking god. I can get kind of lost, I guess, on my own, in my own world, I mean. Well, I can see that. But I think it's important that I keep practicing. I don't want to let you down. And then, after the culture festival, I want to tell you something. It's important. Why after the festival specifically? Well, sorry, but it's a secret. Please, if you say it like that, it's only gonna make me more interested. What's so important? You're going to make a huge production out of it. But if you can't do it until after the culture festival? Well, Wait, don't tell me. This is gonna be some sappy TV drama, is it? You aren't dying of cancer, are you? It's a bit of a long shot, to be honest. I'm pulling some bullshit plotline from one of my sister's favorite TV shows, and I don't expect to hit the mark. In fact, I'm actually hoping I'm mistaken. I'd feel awful if it turned out that was the truth, so I'm relieved when Aki yelps. What? No, of course not. I'm fine. Why would you assume something so morbid? I don't look sick, do I? You are a bit peaky, yeah. You're so pale, in fact, you look like you never go outside. Are you sure you're not anemic? My mother asks me that sometimes too, though my doctor said I was just fine during my last checkup. I think I'm just a pale person. But no, this thing I want to tell you about isn't that serious. It's more... He pauses. Then he sighs. I have a lot going on, I guess. Getting ready for the culture festival. I've been worrying about it. It's the first time I've ever performed in front of anybody else, so I don't want to risk making things awkward. I'd rather do a good job at our performance than speak to you about this later. I don't want it hanging over me. If that's alright. Huh. Personally, I find it kind of weird. Wouldn't this be this unspoken important thing hang over Akira even more the longer he refuses to spill the beans? But sure, it's your life. You've got to do what you think is best for you, and you have to look after yourself too. You need to be in good shape if our concert's going to succeed. You're the best asset we have. Do you really think so? Duh. Everybody knows you're the best member of our band. You're way, way more dedicated than that womanizer Kay, and you put in more practice. You can tell that I'm smiling from the way I'm talking. Because I found that funny. When you put in more practice than the rest of us put together. Well, we can be counting on you. Don't screw up, otherwise you'll never get to tell me whatever it is you want to say. Right. I'll do my best. I can still remember the way Akira said that. The way his brown eyes lit up, just like a puppy's. He really did look cute back then, with his curly hair and his earnest enthusiasm. I only started to think I might have been into guys, and I think his bright smile caught me off guard. It was enough to make me feel a little fluttery. But that was years and years ago. At this point, it's practically ancient history. End of flashback? What the f- Jeez. What am I doing? Raking up all of this shit now? It's not like I can do anything about it. I never did get to hear what Akira wanted to say to me after the school culture festival, and now 8 years have passed. I doubt I ever will. It's pointless to even dwell on it, but... I still find myself sighing. I was watching the official music video for Eternal Autumn, but it's since shifted away to some DVD rip-off a concert Obscure held a couple years ago. I think as a part of their barbed wire and stainless steel tour? Anyway, this rip is high quality. There's a few sweeping shots of the concert hall, which is a pretty big venue. It looks like it can seat up to around 5,000 people, and a lot of up close, and a lot of close-ups of Akira too. I watch Akira, my brow furrowed, as he sings his way through the Obscure classic, one of my favorites. This is from 0 to 1, one of their darker, grittier songs. Akira's singing it with real passion, his eyes narrowed, face screwed up as though he's in real pain. His piercings glint in his ears beneath the harsh stage lighting, and his eyes are dark with makeup. He should, by all rights, look ridiculous wearing his distressed fishnets with eyeshadow dripping down his face like faux tears. But irritatingly enough, it's the exact opposite. Somehow he manages to make the whole living corpse thing look appealing. Just me that heard my computer tweak out for a second? Anyways, was Akira always this handsome? The Nile's a river in Egypt, and you are gay! I guess he was a reasonably good-looking guy, even back in high school, but I think it's his anxiety ruined his looks a little. He was always walking around with his shoulders slumped, his eyes to the ground as though he was afraid of making eye contact with anybody. Which, knowing how Akira used to be, he probably was. I think Akira had a few fans back then. I do remember at least one girl from our class gave him chocolates on Valentine's Day, but he didn't stand out in a huge way. Akira might have been handsome, but he was always too shy and self-conscious to capitalize on it. The Akira I can see on stage, however, looks nothing like the Akira I remember. He looks out at the large audience before him without flinching. He sings his heart out, his voice rubbed raw from the sheer intensity of his emotions, and as he sings, he manipulates his guitar with such dexterity, it's enough to take my breath away. I used to joke back in school that he fancied himself as the next Hendrix, but these jokes don't really seem quite so jokey anymore. Akira was talented, even back in school, but he's improved in leaps and bounds. Is it any wonder that Obscure became so popular? Maybe it was only a matter of time. Now nobody can deny Akira's raw talent. He's beloved all across Japan, his technical abilities and his appearance praised and envied by thousands, hundreds of thousands across the country. He's come a long way. And I, meanwhile, am stuck here in this small, dreary corner of the world where it always seems to snow, watching him as I curl up in bed. The snow outside continues to howl, the sound's sad and mournful, and I sigh. I feel pretty darn sad and mournful myself, all things considered. I wish I could be happy for Akira and his success, and I guess a small sliver of me is. But more than anything, I can't help but feel bitter. I know Akira worked hard for this, and I never say he doesn't deserve it, but I can't help but wonder whether he'd be on that stage at all if it wasn't for me. If I hadn't taken him onto the school rooftop all those years ago, and if I'd not complimented his performance, would he have found the strength to keep on going? Does Akira still remember that day? And does he ever think about me? You are so fucking gay. Oh my... I know he's... like, the characters are like 27 or 28 or some shit. But like, why is my reaction like, oh my god, my babies? That is something I shouldn't react when it comes to gay characters. Because it's infantilizing and that's not fucking good. At least I'm self-aware of it. But I'm like, please, the yearning needs to stop. Give him his man. I feel a little groggy when I wake up from wake up the following morning, and I'm pretty out of it. I wound up staying up way too late watching Obscure's video until the early hours of the morning. But can you really blame me? I mean, yes, I suppose you can blame me for that, and it's quite easily too. Quite easily too. I can read. I know I might not always sound like it. I can be pretty whiny sometimes, but I am a fully grown adult. I have a job and everything, and I even pay taxes. Nobody's in charge of my life except me. And I'm the one who sets my own bedtime, which means it's nobody's responsibility but mine to go to sleep at a sensible hour. Who said that? I didn't open a monster, and it's almost like... It's 9 p.m. And I have shit to do. Do I care? Not really. I can't sleep anyways, so it doesn't fucking matter in my opinion. I can always take an extra hour off in the morning. I really shouldn't have wasted so much time last night watching old obscure music videos and performances and worst of all, interviews. But I couldn't stop myself. I must have been bitten by the obscure bug, or maybe you could say I fell down the obscure rabbit hole, because I wound up watching a whole load of YouTube videos, one after the other, until 4 in the morning. It's a good thing today's Sunday, so I don't have to work. I wake up late, just after 11, and I feel exhausted. I lie in bed for a while, curled up on my side, contemplating my poor life choices. Before, with a theatrical groan, I forced myself to get up. I might as well have a shower. I usually shower before I go to bed, but I guess I forgot yesterday, since I was too obscure-brained. I feel vaguely disgusting, and I stink of stale sheets. I'm decently hungry too, since I neglected to eat any dinner last night. I wonder if I have anything nice for breakfast. I think I should have some bread at least, but I don't know if I want toast today. That doesn't feel filling enough. I'm not exactly the best cook out here, but I'm not completely incompetent, and I can probably stick some rice in the cooker. And I should be able to make miso soup. I get ready to face the day, not that I have any plans, and an hour later, I start to eat a very late breakfast. While I eat, I wind up on my phone, and like last night, I wind up searching for Obscure. Now, I'm slightly more awake. My thoughts turn to the billboard I saw yesterday. The one advertising that upcoming Obscure concert in Kyobun on Christmas Eve. That was very clumsily read of me. I can read. I wonder if I can find any more info on it. Let's see, how expensive are the tickets anyway? I commence a quick Google search, plunging myself even deeper in the rabbit hole, and then... damn. These tickets are pretty freaking expensive. Though, of course, I knew they would be. We are talking about Obscure here, and I did leave it pretty late. Oh, fuck. And I did... I can read. And I did leave it pretty late to start looking into buying tickets. The concert's in a fortnight. Fucking hell. Carbonated drinks. Which is cutting it real close. When it comes to more well-established bands, it's best to try and snag tickets as soon as possible. There aren't any tickets left for this show or any reputable sites. I can only find scalpers reselling tickets bought in bulk for 3, sometimes 4 or 5 times what they're actually worth. Prices of these tickets fluctuate pretty widely, starting at around 50,000 to an absolutely eye-watering 2,500 100,000. And no, I'm not joking. What the hell, man? I knew Obscure was popular, but I didn't know they were this popular. Sapporo Kyobun isn't even a huge venue, for fuck's sake. I've been there once before, and I think it can seat maybe 2,000 people? I'm not sure. Maybe that's why these tickets are so scarce and expensive alongside it. I guess there aren't all that many on the market. There's no way I can shell out one of those tickets, not even a ticket on the cheaper end. I don't think I have 50,000 knocking around in my bank account right now. I know I do. Who said that? Though, I probably shouldn't dwell on that. It'll make me feel depressed. It's a shame, but I guess I'll have to give up on my idle fantasy of seeing Obscure. For somebody who hates this, or like hates that popular song, you sure like the band. I don't even think I've heard him say he likes the band even once. Or am I not paying attention? I can't tell. What would be the point in going to their concert anyway? I haven't seen Akira in years, and I doubt he'll be able to spy me from all the way up on stage. Life isn't a romance manga or a boys' love drama CD for that matter. These chance encounters years later between two estranged high school sweethearts, don't just happen. The world doesn't work like that. That's what I tell myself, at least. Boy, I think you're gonna be surprised. But as luck would have it, I still managed to snag my grubby mitts on a ticket for Obscure's upcoming gig. Oh, really? I wound up visiting my parents the weekend before Obscure's concert, which means, as a matter of course, I see my little sister, Kohane. Kohane is 4 years younger than I am, and she's just finished up at university. She's been living with our folks since graduating while she hunts for a job, which seems to suit her just fine. She's always gotten along with our parents better than I have. Maybe because she's a huge baseball fan like my parents, so they always go to games together. It's kind of funny she loves not basketball, it says baseball so much when her other hobbies are so typically girly. Mostly she likes steamy romance stories between pretty boys. But hey, it's good to know. It's good to have a lot of interests, I guess. Personally, I couldn't care less about baseball, so I've never bothered tagging along on these outings. I used to use my family's absence as an excuse to practice the drums without being yelled at to shut up. Which is probably another reason why my parents always preferred her over me. Her hobby of drawing pretty boys in compromising positions is much quieter than mine. Not that you'd think that, to see how many exclamation marks she uses on social media. In any case, it seems like the goddess of good fortune is on my side. The conversation over lunch turns to Obscure. Kohane is a big fan, though her favorite is Caleb. We all love a Caleb, what can I say? And she lets slip that she was able to snag a ticket for their Sapporo concert at a couple of months earlier. I've been looking forward to it too. I really wanted Caleb to sign my copy of Polychromia. But Mitsuo wanted us to go out on a romantic getaway for Christmas Eve, and he already booked reservations at this fancy ryokan to celebrate. Can you believe it? Kwanane harems, as though it's Mitsuo's. He's her boyfriend, by the way. Okay. fault the concert happens to overlap with Christmas Eve. I asked my sister, not unreasonably, I think, why she didn't tell me so she already had plans when he asked her about this romantic getaway, and she pouts. It slipped my mind. I mean, I booked these tickets 3 months ago. I thought the concert was the weekend before Christmas Eve, so I gave Mitsuo the all clear. Our trip's been booked for a while, and we already paid the deposit. It's non-refundable too, so we can't cancel it. Can't cancel it now. I'm not about to stand my own boyfriend up. Not when it's Christmas Eve. But it's terrible timing. I wanted to see Caleb. You know, it's pretty bad form to lust over the members of Obscure when you're quite literally dating another guy. Won't that make Mitsuo feel self-conscious? Oh, please. Don't give me that. Caleb might be handsome, but I don't like him like that. To me, he's at his most appealing when he's being shipped with Akira. Shipped with? Oh no. My mother chimes in, looking politely confused. What does that mean exactly? Oh, that wasn't... Oh, Kohana hasn't told you? It's funny really, since it's one of her favorite hobbies. Shipping is... not another word. Ugh. And so, in the end, I'm unable to enlighten my parents on the sacred art of shipping, thanks to Kohana driving the sole of her shoe into my foot under the table. Thanks, sis. Thanks a lot. She might be the favorite child of the family, but I guess there are some things she hasn't been able to tell mom and dad. Now I wonder how a conversation like that would go. How would she come clean to our folks about her obsession with pretty boys making out and dicking one another down? Boy, I would like to be the fly on the wall during that conversation. In any case, I mentioned I'd be looking into tickets for Obscure's Sapporo show myself. I've gotten kind of interested in them lately, I say, and Kona soon takes the bait. Oh, that's funny. I didn't peg you as an Obscure fan. I figured you'd hate them, Haruto, because they're all pretty boys. I thought you liked music which was grungier with those ugly, hairy American men. Okay, damn. I don't know what band Kona is talking about, but I think she's doing Iron Maiden a disservice. They aren't ugly and hairy, for one thing, and for another, they're not even American. But if you want to see them so badly, I guess I could throw you a bone. It'd be a shame to waste my ticket, and I don't want to resell it. That sounds like a huge hassle. I don't want to deal with any randos online trying to scam me. It's funny you should say that when the tickets I've seen online were from scalpers. I'm the one who feels like I'm being scammed here. Oh, I know, it's awful, isn't it, seeing people overcharge for tickets like that? I guess I could try getting in on the action myself. But it'd be easier if you took the ticket so I don't need to worry about posting on any shady websites. I don't have any plans. You don't have any plans next weekend, don't you? Oh gee, I don't know. It might be hard to get time away from my harem of adoring girlfriends. It's tough being the massive babe magnet I am. In your dreams, Aru. But yeah, I think I might be able to swing in if you really don't mind. Of course not. I'm offering. Why don't you look at it? Why don't you look at it as an early Christmas present? This way, I won't worry about buying you anything. It's a win-win. Right. Thanks, Kohane. I love you too. And so, in the end, I was able to secure a ticket for Obscure's show just like that. To be honest, it all seems a little too convenient. I didn't take I didn't think a chance like this would fall onto my lap so easily. But now the opportunity has arisen, and I want to make the most of it. My little sister is going out of her way to do something nice for me, something which happens once in a full moon, then I would appreciate it. Then I should appreciate it. Fucking hell, I can read. Fucking... My nails messing with me. They do say that you shouldn't look a gift horse. What the fuck? You shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. What do you mean? Huh? Not that my sister looks remotely like a horse. Her face isn't nearly long enough. I'm still not sure if this is the best idea, however. Not when Kohane emails me her ticket later. Naturally, it's digital. Everything in this world is. I think part of me, most of me rather, wants to see Obscure out of some lingering sense of regret. I can't help but feel like there's some unfinished business between Akira and I, things left unspoken for years on end. But it's very unlikely I'll be able to catch him on his own after the concert to tell him any of these things. I don't believe seeing Obscure perform will change anything about our relationship. I can't undo 8 years of distance. I doubt it'll make us any closer. In fact, it might make Akira feel even further away from me standing up on stage with his glamorous bandmate while girls like Kohane scream at him from the crowd. I shouldn't expect too much. It would be stupid of me to get my hopes up, and yet... Dun dun dun! I can't help but recall that afternoon on the school rooftop, just as Akira and I, the setting sun slowly sinking in an orange sky which looked like fruit punch. I remember the strains of that song he played me, the original song which stirred my heart like nothing else. Back then, Akira always turned to me for advice. Out of all the members of the unappreciated egoists, I was the one he turned to. I was the one he put his faith in, over and over again. I was the one he considered a friend. And I'm the one who betrayed him. What the huh? He never was able to tell me what he wanted to say after the school culture festival. I never gave him a chance. I avoided him pretty steadfastly over that show, and our relationship, if we'd ever really had a relationship, fell apart, just like a sandcastle. He never told me what he wanted to say, and I think it's past time I give him a chance. Fuck you mean, betrayal? Next week goes by in the blink of an eye, these days elapsing at such a rapid clip they all start to blur into one another. Though we're in the run-up to Christmas, I can read. My day-to-day routine doesn't change in any noticeable way. I still have to go into the office. This isn't Europe, where people get days of paid time off during the winter holidays, and I'm still expected to work a 9 to 5. Yeah, Europe can be pretty sweet. I can confirm. That is until our government decided, oh yeah, by the way, we don't have any money left for the next elective term. The fuck you mean? I have to endure Sasayama's crass course humor, which I've never found all that funny. And I have to take a bunch of phone calls without sounding like I want to off myself. It's a huge pain, so much so it almost takes my mind off my bubbling anxieties about Obscure's upcoming concert. I'm able to distract myself well enough at work since I have so much, work to do. My schedule hasn't slowed down at all now that now we're in Q4, if anything, it's gotten worse. But it's harder at home. I find myself listening to Obscure's whole discography on repeat, from Grey Flowers for a Gloomy Girl up to Polychromia, wondering whether there are any secret meanings in their old tracks, wondering what Akira was trying to communicate. I have to scratch my eyeball. Okay. Did he want to communicate anything at all? I never used to put much stock in Obscure's lyrics. They tended to blend together for me, but now, in lead up to their gig, their songs feel significant in a way they haven't before. There's something plaintive in a lot of their lyrics, something melancholic. Akira doesn't compose all of their songs. Tova sometimes pitches in, but he does write all of Obscure's lyrics. Surely he was trying to say something with Obscure's vast discography. Eternal Autumn really does make me wonder. It sounds too much like that nameless song Akira played for me on the school rooftop before for it to be a coincidence. But that doesn't signify that all his songs are about me. Hell, it doesn't even signify that Eternal Autumn is about me, though I always have wondered about that song. It's very specific in its imagery. The school rooftop, the grey concrete, and the shadows stretched out like unfurling fingers. But searching for references to myself amongst these older tracks seems almost hopelessly egotistical. Am I thinking about things too much? Wait, don't answer that. I'm sure the answer is yes. We love a self-aware king! The days pass me by, in any case, in a blur, my thoughts full of little else except Obscure and Uzuya Akira. I've tried to avoid Obscure for years, ever since I realized Akira was their frontman. But by the same token, I've started following them more closely than anybody else. Checking their socials is becoming second nature to me, so much so it's been integrated into my daily routine. Early in the morning, after brushing my teeth, I always wind up looking at their official Instagram account, their Twitter, their website. I keep telling myself I didn't care about Obscure, and I especially don't care about Akira, but I've still been keeping tabs on them. Damn. When I put it like that, don't I sound like some sort of crazy person? Hey, we're all a little bit crazy. We are. Excuse me. Why do I always have to say one thing, even to myself, then do the exact opposite? Do I have some sort of mental condition? I'm sure if I asked my sister to diagnose me, she'd grin and say I'm just a tsundere, but she's not a qualified therapist. I don't think her opinion's worth more than the dirt I walk on. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. The day of the concert inevitably arrives, despite my concerns, and with it, I'm faced with a brand new worry, namely, what I should wear. I've never been one to worry about my appearance at all. Clothes are just clothes at the end of the day, and they're a little more than a means to an end. When you live in a place like Hokkaido, which gets so miserably cold during the winter, you can't afford to be too precious about how you look, or at least I'm not. I saw a few women when I went Christmas shopping earlier in the months wearing some startlingly skimpy clothes, shorts, in winter with low-cut sweaters that showed off a lot of cleavage, but they're the exception rather than the norm. And even then, at least these shorts wearing psychopaths had leggings on. I'd rather not expose much of my own skin though. If this was any other day, I'd be content to wear a hoodie and a pair of scuffed jeans and a coat. Like I always do, but this isn't any other day. This is the day of Obscure's concert. I've seen a few live recordings of Obscure's gigs on YouTube, and the people in the audience tend to dress up a bit. Obscure's a pretty edgy band, at least they were. The success of Eternal Autumn might have softened their image a little, and their fans tend to wear all black, much like the band members. Your typical Obscure fan tends to have a lot of piercings and maybe even a tattoo or two. They rock up these concerts with their faces fully made up, their eyes lined with dramatic mascara, and they wear these chunky platform boots which can't be comfortable to walk in. I don't have any platform boots, chunky or otherwise, and I don't own any makeup either. And even if I did, I wouldn't know how to apply it. I don't want to show up to the gig like I've been punched in the eyes repeatedly, which is probably what would happen if I try to model my look on Akiras. I probably shouldn't fuss about my appearance too much. I don't have any clothes which are particularly cool, and yet I can't help but feel a bit antsy, I guess, when I consider this is the first time my path will cross Akiras in 8 years. I like to make some sort of impression, but isn't that stupid? The odds are overwhelmingly stacked against me, and I'll never see Akira. He'll be up on stage for the whole concert, and I'll be in the crowd with the rest of the plebs. I'll bet the concert hall will be so packed Akira won't be able to see me, much less judge what I'm wearing. I shouldn't feel self-conscious about wearing one of my old hoodies, and yet I can't shake the thoughts of that Akira is famous now. He's a real big shot in the music industry, and I wouldn't be surprised if attractive women kept throwing themselves at him. I don't know Akira's type. He's always been cagey about his ideal woman during interviews. It's because he's gay. But I've seen a few photographs of Akira with female fans at some of Obscure's old meet and greets. There's various shots floating around the net of Akira posing with pretty women in dark clothes, women wearing miniskirts and laddered fishnets with their nails painted black. I don't think Akira's actually seeing any of these women, but I don't really know. Rumors keep surfacing on the net and news that Akira might be seeing various celebs that he spotted with Risa from the all-girl grunge band or Oral Vampire, but these stories have never sounded all that credible. I don't think that Akira has a girlfriend. Or a boyfriend for that matter. You can bet if he was seen getting up close and personal with a guy, it would be all over the internet. Hell, I don't know if Akira is interested in people like that, full stop. He's never seemed all that fussed about prettier girls in our year back when we were at school. Ryo's funny friend Nanami and her friend Isuzu, and all the other girls whose names and faces I can't remember anymore. Kay would sometimes bring up girls when we were supposed to be practicing despite having a girlfriend, but Akira never seemed all that interested. In fact, I think the topic of romance made him pretty awkward in general. He never seemed to want to play along. I wonder if he was gay, but surely word of that would have been spread since he's become so incredibly famous. He might be asexual. Hey, representation! Hey, okay, listen, you can be ace and still, like, be romantically attracted to people. He would be arrow ace if that was the case, if he wasn't interested in anyone, full stop. But hey, I love seeing like the topic of it. I did always think he loved his guitar more than he loved any other person. Not that it matters, I guess. I do wonder for a split second if I did have any luck catching Akira's attention if I dressed up like some of his more adoring fangirls, complete with fishnets and the miniskirt. But there's no way in hell I'd do something like that. I don't really have anything against guys wearing skirts. Rio did a couple of times during Halloween parties, and he kind of rocked it, but I don't want to do it myself. My calves are too thick for it since I used to cycle to and from school when I was younger, and anyway, it's -2 freaking degrees outside. Wearing a skirt in weather like this would be suicide. I'm not stupid, and besides, I don't own any skirts. Damn, you're thinking a lot, my guy. I'd have to ask Kohane for a loan, and I doubt any of her clothes would fit me. She's quite a bit shorter than I am, and skinnier. In the end, I have nixed the skirt idea, not that I was seriously considering it, and I wind up wearing the most boring outfit imaginable. A hoodie and scuffed denim trousers. Oh well, it's better than nothing. I throw on my natty coat on top at the front door and set off into the night. It takes me about 10 minutes to walk to the train station, quicker than usual, though that's probably because I'm going at an uncommonly fast clip. I can't quite quell my excitement rising to the surface, no matter how I try to suppress it. This is it, I'm going to see Obscure. I'm going to watch them live, for the first time in my life, and I'm going to see Akira again. Oh, you are so cute. We're finally going to be reunited, in spirit at least. There really is no guarantee I'll actually be able to talk to him. I know I shouldn't get my hopes up, but my thoughts still wind up whirring on ahead of me. I catch the train, which is going into Sapporo, then take a seat and it starts to snow while I'm sitting there. White ethereal flakes drifting through the sky. It's 17:30, but the sky outside is already pitch black. There's nothing ominous about the view from the train window, something almost oppressive. I don't like the fact that the screen is like slightly shaking. Okay, thank you. I was getting nauseous for a second. I disembark at Sapporo Station, by which point the snow is really coming down. I don't really want to wander in the street in this weather, not when my destination is a good 20 minutes away. So I wind up taking a bus, which drops me off outside the venue. I have to wait 15 minutes for the bus to come by, and it takes another 15 minutes for me to actually arrive since there's a bunch of traffic. By this point, it's about 18:10. I'm cutting it kinda close since the concert itself starts at past. I'm worried when I reach the Kyoku Bunka Kaikan that I'll be too late, and that the doors will have already closed. But to my relief, there are still a few people loitering around waiting in line to be let in. I imagine most of Obscure's fans will have gotten here a good hour or maybe 2 or 3 hours in advance to buy merchandise and talk to one another. They'll have been let in already, leaving only stragglers like me, the fake Obscure fans, behind. Well, that suits me just fine. The doors for the venue aren't closed just yet, so I should be able to get inside without any issue. And it's snowing pretty hard out here. I wouldn't like to be stuck in a queue for over an hour in the cold, shivering into my coat while my fingers are at risk of falling off. I think I got here at just the right time, actually. I head over to the doors where a couple of security guards are standing, meaning to flash my ticket on my phone. Thank you, Kohane. But before I can step inside, I decide I might as well take a photo of this place. It'll be nice to look back on, if anything, and maybe Kohane would like to see some photos later. It was nice of her to give me the ticket, so I should try and take a few commemorative snapshots. Though whether she'll actually want to see them or not is another matter. I don't want Kohane thinking I'm doing this to get at her. I actually want to thank her for doing me a solid. Excuse me, but well, I'm a pretty petty person, so maybe part of me wants to boast too. I take a quick photo of the venue in any case and type out a quick tweet. Here to see Obscure Let's hope they live up to the hype. Then I upload my photograph to the internet, where it'll remain until the inevitable heat death of the universe. Okay? With my bragging complete, for the time being at least, I then pull up my ticket, which one of the guards examines. He scans it, then gives me a curt nod and ushers me inside. Scratching my face, it itches. I've been to the Kyobun before, even if it was a few years ago, and I mostly remember what the interior looked like. It's the same as always, a foyer with a cloakroom and a bar and a hallway which leads into the main concert hall. I shrug off my coat, leaving it in the cloakroom with a whole load of other coats and bags, then step inside the hall. The last time I went to the Kyobun was to watch a play with my parents, and the vibe then was different to the current one. Back then, the venue was brightly lit, and most of the attendees were young people my parents' age, well-dressed, middle-aged men in suits and women with their hair piled up on their heads wearing fancy earrings. The clientele at this particular event, however, is markedly different from the audience of the production of the Mikado Yields. The vast majority of people present at the concert hall are about my age, young men and women, though it seems to be mostly women wearing black, with striking eye makeup and lots of piercings. The Kyobun's interior is a little like a theater, with a lot of plush red chairs installed, but there aren't many people sitting down. Most people are on their feet, nursing drinks, staring at the stage for the show to start. The band's not appeared on stage yet, but their equipment is set up already. The drum kit, the mic stand, and a bunch of amps. There's this smooth flat screen TV back at the back of the stage, several of them actually, which must have been wired up by someone in the back of the venue, so people in the back of the venue can get a better view of the band when they're performing, though these screens aren't turned on yet. It's another 5 minutes or so until Obscures are slated to get on to stage, and the excitement in the air is palpable. I can hear people whispering as I slide into my assigned seat, row K, seat 12. There are two women next to me fiercely debating on who the best member of Obscure is, Akira or Caleb, and a few people are even listening to Obscure songs on their phones. I have to wonder why they're bothering when we'll be seeing the real deal soon enough, but maybe they want to refresh themselves on some of their songs. In any case, I'm one of the few people here on my own. I don't have anybody I can chat to about who the hottest member of Obscure is. Not that I would want to do that even if I could, and I don't feel like looking them up on my phone right now. Jesus. That would be a little too much Obscure even for me. I'm content to wait. Well, that's what I tell myself, but I think I'm a little too on edge to feel properly content. This venue really is packed. It's not the biggest venue a band has ever played. I'm sure 2,000 seats is nothing compared to the Budokan. I can read, which can fit almost 15,000 people, but it's not nothing. It's better than playing in a gymnasium, at least during the shitty school culture festival. Akira sure has gone up in the world. Man, this sure takes me back. When I was in school, I used to dream about performing in places like this. I had fantasies on going on tour with the unappreciated egoists and standing on stage just like this one. brightly lit with a crowd of adoring fans cheering for me. I don't know if I ever believed these fantasies of mine would come true. I've always been a realist, or as Kohane says, a pessimist, but it was nice to imagine. It was a daydream I'd escaped to in the middle of math class, when I found the lesson especially unbearable, or when I was on the train on the way back from school, my bag resting on my lap. It was a soothing fantasy world I'd take refuge in, one where I could be the star of my very own show. I don't know if it was something I wanted to do fiercely. It was. I wouldn't have given up on being a musician like I did. I can read, I don't understand the sound, but part of me still wanted it. It did hurt I gave up on these dreams when I scrapped my old drum kit, but maybe it didn't hurt as much as it could have. Maybe it didn't hurt. What the fuck? Am I tweaking? What happened there? In fact, I'm sure I didn't care enough, because if I had, I wouldn't have let this opportunity, no matter how small, slip through my fingers. I wouldn't have given up on everything. If I'd kept trying, perhaps I would be the one ready to go on stage rather than the one standing in the audience. If only I'd done this. If only I'd done that. If only... Oh, it's time! Is it starting? Look, the lights are going off. Are they gonna come out? Where's Caleb? What about Brusario? But I'm soon drawn out of my self-pitying musings by the murmuring of the crowd. These murmurs began initially as breathy whispers, soft and plaintive, but they soon erupt into full-blown screaming, stomping feet, and excitable cheers. It looks like the members of Obscure have finally made an appearance. 4 men appear on the darkened stage: the dashing blonde Caleb, the rakish, roguish Rosario, the unremarkable Tova, and nobody seems to cheer for. Akira, I love you! Look over here! You're the best. And Akira. Oh my god, Slake. I love that outfit. Oh my god. And he has a pierced helix. He takes his place at the front of the stage before his retractable microphone. The lights come on once more, flooding the venue with light. Once again, the crowd screams in anticipation, and then... Hey there, my little lost lambs. Did you come here just for us? Akira speaks into the microphone, his voice lower than I remember, decidedly more oh my god, sensuous. Since when was he this confident? Akira doesn't stammer when he addresses his audience, and neither does he seem at all embarrassed by the form of address. My little lost lambs. The Akira I know would never come out with a corny line like that. I think he would have died before daring to address a large crowd like this as his lambs, but the audience seems to be eating it up. A girl standing next to me screams so loudly I'm worried my eardrums will burst. Another woman in front of me, meanwhile, lists to one side. It looks like she's at serious risk of collapsing from the sheer magnetic force of Akira's stage presence. But she has a friend there to catch her. A ripple of excitement spreads through the assembled audience, as contagious as scarlet fever. Akira must have a good 2,000 pairs of eyes strained on him, but he doesn't buckle. He remains unsmiling as he surveys the audience, so cool and composed that he looks almost indifferent. His eyes really are dark. Fuck, I need... Okay, it's been like an hour. I need a break again. His eyes really are black. They have been ringed with thick, smudgy eyeshadow, and his pupils look almost black. 2 droplets of tar in a sea of milky white. His eyes seem to linger on my own for a few moments, picking me out of the audience like a fisherman's hook through the heart. But this is nothing more than a silly hope on my part. Of course, Akira isn't looking at me. How would he be able to see me? I'm just one of many in this crowd, and I'm not even standing that close to the front of the stage. I'm surrounded by bodies on all sides, a hot, throbbing, pulsating mess of meat. He can't see me. He'll have no idea I'm here. I'm here at all. But I can see him. I can see him only too well. His handsome face blown up on the screen at the back of the stage as he lets his gaze sweep across the hall. I see him swallow, watch his throat shift beneath the black velvet choker tied about his neck like a mark from a guillotine. There's a long pause, and then... I'm sure you know this already, but we are Obscure. We've come here to play our clarion songs at the end of the world on this holy night. So I hope you will enjoy attending our banquet of madness. Leave all your thoughts behind and let yourself be consumed by our songs. That is all I ask of you. My lost little lambs. I'm like rolling my eyes. Bruh. Like, I get it, but also I'm like, ugh. In retrospect, I'm not really sure why I decided to watch Obscure perform. All it's done is made me realize, like I didn't realize it already, just how big the chasm between us has become. I knew Obscure was popular, but seeing Akira stand on stage, being swooned over by thousands of girls has put things into perspective. Akira really has made it now. Obscure are one of the most well-known rock bands in Japan now, even bigger than the Blue Hearts at the height of their fame. And I freaking love Blue Hearts. I know Rio loved the Blue Hearts too. Rio was a pretty joyless person in general, but he perked up when we used to talk about our favorite bands. The Blue Hearts came up a lot. That's why we wound up covering several of their songs as the unappreciated egoists. Those really were the days. Me, Rio, Taiki, Kei, and Akira. But those days feel very, very long ago now. It's been almost a decade since we last sat in the music club room together, playing our instruments to pass the time. We've moved on from then, or at least we should have. I doubt Rio thinks about the unappreciated egoists anymore. He was always the smart one of the group, the one with prospects, and he fucked off to medical school to become a doctor, while Taiki took over his parents' business. I don't know what Kei's doing. I was never that close with him, and I guess I don't care too much. I'm sure he's doing just fine for himself, though. I'd be surprised if he thinks about unappreciated egoists that much either. They've all moved on, and I should have moved on too. I shouldn't admire myself in the past like this, but... I sigh again, then bring my whiskey to my lips. I'm not a big whiskey drinker, if I'm being honest. It burns when it goes down and the aftertaste is unpleasant. But right now, I just want to get wasted. I want to forget everything I just saw, Akira on stage and all of the bright lights and the adoring screams. It's a little too much for me to process. I should have known that this would happen. There's a reason... I need a second. There's a reason why I've never been to an Obscure concert before, despite following them on and off for the last 5 years. Hell, I even liked some of their older stuff. Burial Rites is a great song, and so still she calls me. But I never did go to see them perform. I told myself not to. I didn't want to see Akira succeed. I didn't think I could stand it. I kept my distance for my own self-preservation until tonight, of course. Why did my resolve choose to fail me now? After Obscure have finally hit it big. If I'd been to... okay, give me a second. If I'd been to see them, or if I had been to see them earlier in their career, before they were as popular, before the phenomenon that is Eternal Autumn happened, I doubt I would have been as shaken by their success. I'd feel a pang of envy, I guess. That it was Akira on stage being applauded by an audience, not me, but it wouldn't have hurt as much. I would have been able to endure it. If I had seen Obscure earlier, when they were more underground, maybe I could have put that chapter of my life behind me. I could have closed my book on Akira and turned my back on him. I wouldn't have let his memory torment me so much. But I didn't do that. I was stupid, and I kept trying, stubbornly, foolishly, to ignore Obscure's steady rise in popularity. I refused to see them perform, and I tried to pretend they didn't exist. At the time, while Googling them obsessively. I refused to confront Akira's new fame with my own 2 eyes. Until tonight, that is. Akira and I will never be able to go back to our school days now. That time of my life is over and done, though it never received a satisfying conclusion. Our high school days didn't fade out slowly like the last seconds of a pop song. Instead, they cut off abruptly in the middle of a chord. That's it. Akira and I are over. We finished before there was even an Akira and I, before we were more than just friends. Akira's living life I can only dream of now, and what about me? I'm just some guy who works in an office, who hates my job, who lives paycheck to paycheck in a shitty apartment without any real career prospects or a partner. I don't have anything to look forward to except my inevitable death, a death that'll come by much faster if I keep sitting here feeling sorry for myself, drinking this god-awful whiskey. This shit stinks. I can't say I like it, but I don't think I've drunk enough of it just yet. I need to down enough liquor to smooth out all the sharp pointed edges of my painful, pathetic jealousy. Then maybe I won't feel like crying anymore. Instead, I'll feel like puking. But that has to be a better trade-off, right? I don't want to cry, not here in this shitty bar which smells of cigarette smoke, surrounded by alternate looking people who probably came here after Obscure's concert just like me. I don't want to cry at all. That's for sissies. I feel like an especially oh fuck. This feels like an especially miserable way to spend Christmas Eve, which is generally considered a holiday for couples. Not that I have anybody to hang around with. I'm all on my own.
I might be surrounded by people, mostly folks who have attended Obscure's show, but there's a few lovey-dovey couples at the bar, but I've never felt more isolated. Fuck. I curse under my breath, then press the heel of my right palm against my eyes. It hurts. It's oh my fucking god! That's a word! That's a fucking word. Utilitarian sort of a hurt. A hurt which takes my mind off the other, even more painful things which have been weighing on me. It hurts, but it's nothing I can't deal with. It hurts, but I almost think I deserve it. I'm sick and tired of thinking about Akira. I'm tired of living in his shadow, whether he knows it or not, and having him look down on me. All of the time, on billboards or in life-size standees set up in store windows, or in my mind's eye. I'm exhausted. I drain the last of my whiskey, wincing as it goes down. This stuff never gets easier to tolerate, and slam the glass back down on the table. Then I turn to the bartender, a fashionable young woman with ears full of steel studs. I mean to order another drink, my second whiskey of the night, when... excuse me. You right there, by the counter. You wouldn't happen to be Nishiki no Haruto, would you? Huh? Somebody just called out to me, and it definitely was to me. They used my family name and everything. But I have no idea who they could be. Is it somebody from the office? Fuck, I hope not. That would be excruciating. I glance about, searching for them. And when I do, I start. Oh shit. I never would have expected this. Not in a million years. Let's fucking go! Good for you! Good for you! Oh my god, he's adorable still. Like he's edgy, but his face is so soft. Like his eyes are so soft. I love that. Ow, I just had in a way that hurt my foot. Hold on. Ow. I never would have expected this, not in a million years, but the person standing next to me at the bar, looking more than a little sheepish, is... Akira? That's right, but Uzi Akira, Obscure's frontman and my former friend, smiles at me bashfully. He toys with his scarf, then mumbles. Would you mind not being so loud? I don't want to get spotted. I wiped off most of my makeup, so it should be a little harder to tell where I am, but some of my fans can be very passionate. I really don't want you to get mobbed, Haruto. I don't think it would really endear you to me. Oh my god. Oh. Akira laughs awkwardly, toying with the sleeves of his jacket, and yup, there it is. If I was in any doubts whether the vision standing before me was the real Uzi Akira, then they've all been swept to one side. This has to be Akira. He might be a celeb now, the most prominent member in one of the most popular bands to come out of Japan in the last decade, but he's every bit as self-conscious as I remember him. You'd think the fame would have gone to his head, but he looks just like he did back in school, despite all of the piercings, I mean. If I didn't know Akira from school, I'm sure I'd believe the man standing in front of me is Uzi Akira, the Uzi Akira. He just doesn't have any presence. His shoulders are slumped, and he has all of Akira's nervous tics, the fiddling with his fingers and the way he struggles to maintain eye contact while talking. He doesn't look like the old Akira. His hair is longer and his ears are pierced, but he's acting like him down to a T. He's not changed at all. He's here, somehow. And he wants to talk to me? What the hell? It's almost like I've gone back 8 years into the past. The time Akira and I spent together in the music club room no longer feels like a dim, distant memory. It feels real and tangible. Somehow I could reach out and touch if I wanted to. I exhale, letting the tension escape from my shoulder, then say, "Sure thing. Sorry about that. I was a little surprised to see you here, slumming it with us commoners, but it's good to see you. Did you come for a celebratory drink after your show?" Something like that, I guess. I was hoping I could relax for a while. All that singing does take it out of me. But if I'm being honest, Akira inhales shakily. I swear he's even more worked up about this than I am. And then says, "I think part of me was hoping that I'd see you here." What do you mean? What are you talking about? Well, I can explain, but do you mind if I sit down first? I've been on my feet for a while and I'd like to relax a little. Oh, right. Of course. Feel free. Thank you, you're too kind. Akira laughs slightly, then sinks down into the empty seat beside me. He places an order at the bar for a gin and tonic. That's a pretty mild drink, isn't it? I thought he was supposed to be a rock star, while I opt for a lemon highball. I know, I was going to go for a second whiskey, but I'd rather not get shit-faced at the moment, not when I'm with Akira. Oh my fucking god. This really was gay yearning, like the description of the game! Ah! Oh my fucking god. That'd be way awkward, especially when I'd like to catch up with a guy. I want to know what he's been up to, and I especially want to know why he came here looking for me. How did he even know I was at his concert? Did he just assume I show up because he's such a big shot? If that's the case, it stings a little. But I doubt Akira would be so presumptuous. He's always been so mild-mannered, so how? Akira takes a small sip of his gin and tonic while I ponder. In this mealy mouth kind of way, which is pretty cute. He shivers a little as the alcohol spreads across his tongue and then sets his drink down. He looks to me, then says, "I know you—" Oh, fuck. Give me a second. I'm smiling too much. "I knew you'd be at this concert. You told me. More or less. Since when? I haven't spoken to you in years." "I know that. We've not been in direct contact, at least. But I still follow you on Twitter. We followed one another back in school, remember?" Oh shit. He's right! We did follow one another on Twitter, but since this was over 8 years ago, it completely slipped my mind. I don't use social media all that much. I'm not famous, not like Akira, so I guess I've not given my pitiful online presence much thought. I do post on Twitter every once in a while, though mostly photographs about the various foods I've been eating or places I've visited on work trips. I've been using it as a photo diary since I was a teenager. Now that I think about it, I did post a photo of the Kyoiku Bunka Kaikan before I stepped inside of the show, didn't I? I don't know how to say
speak Japanese. I can't do it. I'm butchering the fuck out of it, and I'm really sorry.
Does that mean Akira saw it?
Wait, hold the phone.
If Akira's still following me on Twitter, then I pull out my phone from my pocket, then I skim through my following list. It's not very large. I have a truly sorry amount of followers despite using Twitter for over a decade. But aha, there's Akira's account. He's one of my first followers, actually. His username is Usaki0910. I guess that Usui Akira smashed together with his birthday tagged onto the end.
Wow, real subtle.
I mean, I can't say that I haven't done that before.
Who said that?
Well, I have no room to judge. My Twitter handle isn't much better. I made my account when I was still into Godzilla, shut up, who doesn't like giant monsters. So my name is... Oh my fucking god, I'm not even gonna try that. I click onto Akira's Twitter profile, in any case expecting to see a huge amount. One with hundreds of thousands of followers, but... For a celeb, you don't have many followers. You're not even broken 5k. Akira's 5k following is more impressive than my own, a measly 184. That is more than I have, so shut your fucking mouth. But still, you'd think somebody as huge as him would have more, when the official Obscure Instagram account has over 1 million followers. What gives? I'm curious, but... That's my personal account. Nobody knows that it's mine. I hardly ever use it. I have an official account which was set up for me by fucking hell. I can read, I swear! But I don't use that one. I have a PR person who handles it for me. A PR person, huh? I whistle, then slide my phone back into my pocket. Get you. You're fancy now. Thank you? I think that's meant to be a compliment, anyway. But if you were wondering, that's how I found out you'd be at today's show. I tried to look for you in the crowd to see if I could find you, but that didn't really pan out.
Is it because the lights are so fucking bright?
It wasn't the biggest venue we played at, but there were plenty of people. And it was rather dark. It was hard for me to make out much of the crowd. I didn't get a chance to glimpse you, so I figured I'd try my luck after the show. I went to a couple of bars by the concert hall looking for you, and I guess the third time's really is the charm. You went to all that effort just for me? Of course I did! You're my friend, Haruto.
I need a second. That's so cute. Oh my god.
I know it's been a while since we last spoke. I could have DM'd you, I suppose, but it would have felt too awkward. But I wanted to see you again. I've been wondering how you've been doing, and well... Akira shifts on his seat. He brushes a few strands of dark hair behind his ear, his black polish glinting in the dim lights of the bar, and says, I can't help but feel like we left things off on a sour note. It's never quite sat right with me how things panned out between us. So I guess I wanted to see how you were. I knew from your Twitter you were living your life, and it seems like you've moved on, so I don't want to dredge up any bad memories. But I still feel like I should apologize. If I didn't said anything to upset you. I'm really sorry. I never intended that to happen. And I thought it's been a long time. I'd still like to think of you as a friend, if that isn't too presumptuous of me. Akira. I thought I'd overcome my initial shock at seeing him again after all of these years, but sorry, man. But I've gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec, alright? I get to my feet in a hurry, the legs of my chair scraping sharply against the floor. Akira looks surprised by this. I can't help but note he jumps, but damn. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to feel? He can't hit me with all this mushy bullshit. I still think of you as a friend after all of these years? What is this? A scene from a girl's romance story? I'm certainly blushing enough to be a hero in a reverse harem story. Shit. Shit. I need to get to the bathroom stat before Akira sees just how deeply I've been affected by all of this. I don't want him to think I've caught feelings for him or anything. Fucking still did it! Sorry, I shouldn't scream. You motherfucker, sit your fucking ass back down! That would be ridiculous, obviously. I don't like him like that, but... Oh, that's fine. Take as much time as you need. I hurry away from the bar, Akira's reassurances trailing after me, and then I make a dash for the men's bathroom. I breathe deeply, in and out, with one hand pressed to my chest. I can feel my heart beneath my splayed fingers. Can positively feel it thumping. I take a few moments to try and steady myself, then approach the mirrors above the sink, lined with grubby-looking taps. Though the bar itself is hopping, the bathroom itself is empty, an unexpected but much welcome surprise. There's nobody to watch me, therefore I stare at my sorry reflection in the mirror. My fingers find the countertop. I grip it tightly. I hold on to it so hard that my knuckles crack from the strain, that my skin starts to turn white. All the while, I stare into the mirror, my shoulders trembling. Seeing Akira again has brought all sorts of memories rushing to the surface. Memories that, for a long time, I was trying to forget. It's been years since Akira and I spoke, and the memory of our last performance as the unappreciated egoists hangs between us, a black cloud on our former friendship. If we ever were friends, that is. If I'm being fully honest, I'm not entirely sure what our relationship was. We got along alright, I guess, for the few months that we were both part of Minato High's light music club. But that fell apart pretty spectacularly during the school culture festival. I knew our performance was going to be a shit show the moment I woke up for the day of the culture festival. Somehow, and I'm not sure how, my phone alarm didn't go off, so Kohane had to haul my sorry ass out of bed. I guess Mom sent her to harass me. My sister can be very persuasive because she sat on me and started poking me, sprinkling toast crumbs all over my catatonic body as she did. Hey, Haruto, wake up, you lazy bum. Get out of bed. You have 10 minutes to get ready. Isn't your school culture festival today? You'll be late. That's what my little sister said. In the smug, nasally voice of hers, through a mouthful of, oh my god, masticated toast. I can read. She kept on poking and prodding at me like I was some specimen in a lab. She pinched me so hard, in fact, she managed to leave a red mark on my neck, which so was not cool. Her harassment didn't do the trick, however. It managed to wake me up pretty quickly, but I was in an awful state. I yelled at Connor to fuck off and leave me alone, which she did, laughing as she left like a demented imp. But that didn't change my circumstances in any substantial way. I only had a few minutes to get ready. I wound up pulling on my clothes in a rush. When I got to the breakfast table, my mom had to tell me that my shirt was on inside out. Talk about embarrassing. The day was off to a shitty start from the very beginning, and it didn't help that I managed to spill scrambled eggs on my lap while eating my breakfast. I was already over it, and after I set off, and things didn't get better when I arrived at school. I don't know if I had angered some sort of god or what. Maybe my fortune that day was especially unlucky, but it later turned out there were all sorts of problems with our performance. We were scheduled to perform near the end of the day at 14:30 in the gymnasium right after the drama club had finished their amateur performance of "Oh my God, Rosencrantz" and "Oh my Guildenstern are dead." I don't know. But this didn't pan out. The drama club's play wound up running late by a whopping 15 minutes, and they didn't bother cleaning up any of their scenery. It took another 10 minutes to get the stage clear and to set it all up for our performance, which brought on even more difficulties. Kay had gotten bored of waiting, and he'd gotten off to flirt with his girlfriend in Class 2B's maid cafe, so Rio and I had to haul his sorry ass back into the gym. And then there was some sort of issue transporting my drums from the club room onto the stage. My drum set really should have been moved earlier in the day, but I guess nobody remembered, which made it a horrible rush job hauling my drums, which were fucking heavy, even when disassembled, through the hallway at the breakneck speed. Then, when we were finally setting our shit up, Rio dropped his amplifier, which broke it, so his bass was all muffled and muddy for the whole performance. It really fucking sucked. We were supposed to go on stage at around 14:30, but in the end we didn't get on stage until 15:15, by which point most of our audience had already drifted off to do other things. The school day was coming to a close, and nobody wanted to stick around to listen to some shitty songs from a shitty light music club with shitty self-offensing name. We didn't have enough time to play through our whole set. We were promised half an hour, but this wound up being 15 minutes, and we had to cut out a few songs on the fly, which was pretty confusing. Our opening song went well enough despite all of these hiccups, at least I think it did, but we wound up losing our tempo near the end, and by the time the second song started, we were an awful, uncoordinated mess. I think each and every one of us fucked up something, other than Akira, that is. He, at least, was able to handle himself flawlessly. He played through his song without making a single mistake. He was perfect. But his perfection made the rest of us look even worse. It was a disaster of a performance in all aspects, a pathetic joke, which wasn't even funny. We were so bad, the handful of students who did hang around to watch us, about 40 or so, had been reduced to a sorry 20 by the end of our little show. And a few of our peers heckled us into the bargain. Somebody even threw a bottle of water on the stage which hit Kay in the head. Sure, it didn't do any significant damage, the bottle wasn't empty, but still. It's the principle of the thing. We'd practiced so not hard, exactly, for the show, but we had put in some practice. We cared enough, at least, to put on a decent show. It was going to be our last show as the unappreciated egoists, the last time we would all stand together on stage and perform. Though for Akira, I guess it was the very first time. It was supposed to be something special, and I guess in a way it was. The concert was such a disaster, I'm sure it went down in infamy among the alumni of Minato High as being really fucking bad. Sometimes I do wonder if anybody at Minato High who had the misfortune of seeing that shitty concert know what Akira went on to become, that he's now become a celebrity. Though I've done a bit of digging online trying to find people from Minato High sharing dirt about Akira, I have not been able to unearth very much. I guess our concert was bad enough that people have a hard time associating it with Uzi Akira of obscure fame unless they think they're two different Akiras. He sure has changed a lot over the years, but I guess that doesn't matter. Akira was never able to perform that beautiful song he played for me on the roof. We simply hadn't the time. And he never did confide in me after the concert. I still have no idea what he wanted to say. I didn't stick around so he could ask. I didn't want to speak with any of the members of our band, least of all Akira. I didn't want him trying to commiserate with me. Is that the word? I don't know. Having a prodigy like Akira trying to console me when I fucked up so many times would have been impossibly painful. I didn't want to endure it, so I didn't try to. I didn't hang around after school, and I never did go back to the light music club either. My love affair with the drums was well and truly over. I assume an air of nonchalance during the lead up to the school festival as though I couldn't be bothered with it at all. I tried to act like I was too cool to care. But in actuality, I think I cared a lot. I must have done, else it wouldn't have stayed with me so much. All these years later. It wouldn't have hurt so much. And I probably wouldn't have quit playing the drums. I wouldn't have been such a coward. But that's exactly what I was. No, what I am. After that little debacle, I decided to give up on music. I jacked the whole thing in, got rid of my drum kit and everything, and I never felt much in the way of regrets. Oh my god. I need a moment. I never been. Oh fuck. I need to like a sip of water. Oh, my throat is dry. I never been all that crazy about the drums. It was just a hobby I picked up to pass the time. One which wound up sticking, though I'm not sure how. I know I had a few dreams of being part of a band. Something bigger than me. I listened to a lot of rock music and I fantasized about standing on a big stage like Led Zeppelin or Nirvana one day, playing to a sold-out stadium full of adoring fans. But let's be real, my dreams had precisely zero chance of ever coming true. There's a load of aspiring wannabe musicians out there, but only a handful of people can actually get signed. It's not just about being talented either. There's a whole load of luck which goes into it. There's plenty of dedicated musicians who are way, way better than I am, who spent their lives in anonymity, going under the radar. There aren't many people who can make it big. And anyway, I'd pigeonholed myself as a freaking drummer. Even if, by some miraculous chance, the unappreciated egoist did become a household name, who the hell would care about its drummer? Ryu always used to remark in that dry way of his that only masochists become bassists because nobody knows what they even do, but being drummers way worse. I might very well have dedicated my life to playing the maracas or the triangle. I knew I'd never be able to become famous, not like my favorite bands, and even if I kept at it, what would be the point? Practice take time, and maintaining my equipment would cost money I didn't want to spend. I'd already told myself I was gonna quit the drums when I graduated. I knew my final performance at my school culture festival would be my last on stage, whether it went well or not. Sure, if our performance had gone a bit better, maybe I wouldn't have thrown out my old drum kit. I might have been convinced to keep it on the side, and maybe I would have joined a band or two once I started uni as a fun thing on the side. But our last performance sucked, and I sucked, and everything seemed like more trouble than it was worth. Excuse me. I need I got rid of my drum kit, and I don't think anybody really cared. My mom asked me half-heartedly if I was sure I wanted to quit when I'd been at it for a few years. But I think she was secretly pleased I wasn't going to be making such a racket at odd hours. I know my neighbors were definitely happy. We'd have a bunch of noise complaints in the past, and I know my parents were relieved to put that chapter of their lives behind them. I quit playing the drums, and I quit going to the light music club. I dedicated myself to my studies, and I put my past behind me. I told myself my dreams were embarrassingly adolescent and immature. It was silly trying to cling to them. I had to face the real world. I didn't hear from any of the guys in the band after I graduated. Not even Rio, who I'd always been close to. I guess we were too busy with our lives. We didn't hang out anymore, so we had no reason to talk. I tried to forge on as best. Oh my fucking god! I can't read! We tried to forge on the best we could into the unforgiving world of adults. Though I always did think, when I happened to ponder my past spent in the light music club, that it'd be a shame if Akira quit the guitar. He was always leaps and bounds better than the rest of us, and he was always so dedicated too. If any of us had a chance to go pro, I figured it would be Akira. He was the only one with the right work ethic who took our group seriously, but he was always so shy and self-conscious. I wouldn't imagine him trying to hack it as a musician on his own. It seemed completely contrary to his character, so much so the idea was almost laughable. Akira might have been gifted, but he didn't have any social skills. He was awkward and uncomfortable, and I figured he would have been hit by our failure at the culture festival the hardest. I was certain he'd wind up quitting the guitar just like I quit the drums. I didn't have much faith in him. I thought it was a shame, but it was just the way life goes, isn't it? We can't all succeed, otherwise the word also ran wouldn't be in the dictionary. What? What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. What? I sometimes thought about Akira, but I tried not to dwell on it. Why did it matter if he quit playing the guitar? Why did I care? I didn't care. Why get so worked up about some guy? I'd play in a crappy high school band for 6 months. I don't know if I read that correctly, but I pressed a button. Can I go back? Can I read that? Oh, fuck. I can't. Why get so worked up about some guy I'd played in a crappy high school band with for 6 months? There we go! I can read. It was pointless. I was sure Akira would have become some low-playing corporal wage slave like me. His dreams of playing on stage abandoned. But I was wrong. I might have given up, but Akira never did. He kept right on playing, forming his own band in university, which turned out to be oh my god, embryonic obscure. What? I can read. I swear I can read.
I was doing so good.
The members of this earliest iteration of Obscure went through a few changes, but Akira was always there. He kept plugging away, playing at live houses, bars across Tokyo until he eventually caught the eye of some higher up in the industry. Obscure was scouted by a big record label. I'm not gonna say that because I'm gonna butcher it. When Akira was still in university, a baby-faced third-year student. And with corporate backing, they became pretty well known in the indie scene in under a year. Okay, that's fucking impressive. It's been 5 years since then, and now Obscure is a household name. Akira was able to make his dreams come true. He made something of himself, while I never could. And maybe that's why I can't stand Obscure. After my first major failure, I completely gave up. I betrayed my childhood self. And for what? So I could have some low-paying office job with long, stressful hours. Why did I give up on my dreams? Why didn't I try a little bit harder? Why couldn't I have been more like Akira? These thoughts have been tormenting me on the daily ever since I found out about Obscure's success, and it's only gotten worse as they become more popular. I should be happy for Akira, but it's hard to muster up any enthusiasm. I'm not that selfless, but now I've managed to run into the guy himself after all of these years. What am I supposed to do? I stare at my reflection in the mirror for what feels like a small eternity, my eyes aching. The lights in the bathroom are too bright, especially given how dim and gloomy it is in the bar itself. And they're stinging. They feel a little watery, actually. But no, I'm not gonna cry. Not in a fucking bathroom over Uzi fucking Akira with memories of our school culture festival heavy in my head. Okay, give me a second. I need a drink. Yes, I do have a water bottle with a built-in straw. So what? The culture festival was 8 years ago. It's ancient history. It's over and done with, and there's no point in probing that particular wound anymore. Just move on, man. Get over yourself. I inhale Okay. Give me a second. I inhale sharply, trying to stem my approaching tears. But it doesn't quite work. I squeeze my eyes shut, grinding my teeth together when... So I said to Takeru, "Hey bro, you can't keep doing that shit," or, "Hey, what's up with you, man? Is something wrong?" I start at the sound of a deep masculine voice, though this one at least is unfamiliar, and I whip my head about. Oh my god. Aww. A man has entered the bathroom, a tall man with dark skin and dreads, a beanie pulled over his head, phone in hand. I guess he was in the middle of a conversation. It seems like a pretty lively conversation, but he pauses when he sees me, hunched over, all pathetic, like in front of the mirror. His expression softens. Then he says, "Did something happen, bro? You doing okay?" "Oh, no, I'm fine. It's just the smoke from the bar, you know? It was getting in my eyes, so I had to take a breather." "Oh, yeah?" The man raises an eyebrow. I don't think he quite believes me, but he doesn't probe. There's a pause. Then, "Well, I hope you feel better soon. Hang in there, bro." "Thanks, pal? I will."
Oh, that's so cute. We love to see it.
I try to smile at the man, though it comes out all wrong. Too self-conscious and a little crooked. Then I make to leave the restroom. I did feel like sobbing, and I came dangerously close to it, in fact, but seeing this man has sobered me up a little. How can I cry now after I received a shock like that? Yeah, you're right. I think I can just about hold it together. I just need to endure another 10 minutes with Akira, if that, and then I'll go home. I'll drink my highball, tell Akira it was nice to see him, and I'll leave. I'll take the train to Ebetsu. I don't know how to say that. Speaking of, the last train's due to leave in about half an hour, and I can put this confusing, tense, emotional day behind me. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I don't regret seeing Akira again, and it is nice to know he didn't forget about me. I'm glad we were able to catch up, but I don't think I should ask too much more of him. I don't want to get bogged down in emotional reminiscence about our past either. That sounds way too morbid. We can keep in touch, but I'd like to keep things light. That's what I tell myself, at least. Haruto! But my heart seizes up inside my chest when I see Akira sitting at the bar where I left him. My nose. His brown eyes seem to light up when he sees me. And he looks a little too enthusiastic. So much so, if he was a puppy, I'm sure his tail would be wagging. He smiles. Did he really miss me that much? But, hey, Akira only needs to glance at me for a few moments before his face furrows in obvious concern. Are you alright? Damn. What was I supposed to say? The truth of the matter, which should, I think, be self-evident, is that I'm not alright. I still feel pretty freaking shaken, but not stirred, and I'm not really sure what Akira wants from me. I look down at my feet, then mumble, "Yeah, I'm fine." "Are you sure?" Akira examines me, his dark eyes gentle even through his glasses. I guess he's wearing contacts. What? Even without his glasses. I can read! I was like, what do you mean? Oh my fucking god, I can read. It's not even that late. Please, why is my brain scrambling? He's always had awful vision from what he told me back in school. This place isn't too noisy, is it? We can move if you'd rather. Oh? I reply before I can stop myself. Before I can tamp down on the words ready to spill from my mouth. I was ready to bring this night to a close, but something about the Akira's voice sent me all the way back to high school. We could be teenagers again, 17 and 18 respectively. Still part of the unappreciated egoists. He sounds so much like his old self, I find myself blurting out. So, is that what this is about? Do you want me to do you want to get me on my own that badly? Hold on, I need to reread this a little bit more cocky. So is that what this is about? Do you want... Oh, fuck. I'm smiling. Do you want to get me on my own that badly? Huh? I know I'm probably crossing some sort of line, but I can't help myself. There's something incredibly teasable about Akira. It doesn't matter that he's a big shot celeb, not when his reactions are still so earnest. It's kind of fun, actually, making a guy like Akira go to pieces like this. I know what you are! I wonder what that says about me. Could I really be a sadist? I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that. Akira's eyes widen, and he stammers. No, that's not what I meant. I was just worried about you since you look a little down, and I know it's pretty crowded here, so I just thought... It's alright, I'm just teasing. I know you didn't mean anything weird by it. You're not the kind of guy, are you? And what sort of guy do you think I am, exactly? The sort of guy who's too serious for his own good? I reply smoothly, feeling less nervy than I thought I would. Is the whiskey finally kicking in? I feel like my mood has done a real 180 since I was in the bathroom, close to sobbing. I got myself all worked up back then, but seeing Akira has grounded me surprisingly quickly. He isn't a stranger, after all. He's only Akira. I need to not take this so seriously. I should just talk to him the way I always did, when we were both teens. How hard can it be? I give him a gentle nudge, then say, I know you're not the sort of guy who'd take advantage of a fan after a show either. If you were, I would have heard more rumors about you, but you're squeaky clean. In fact, you might be a little too clean. I was hoping you'd live it up a little at least, now that you're so famous. But I guess you're just as dedicated to your guitar as always. You aren't some sort of saint, are you? Well, I don't know about that. It's not like I don't have feelings. But wait, why are we talking about this? And what do you mean? I wouldn't take advantage of a fan. Are you saying that you're a fan? I raise an eyebrow and then... I mean, I guess. I can't say Polychromia is my favorite album you guys have put out, but I was kinda into Gray Flowers for a Gloomy Girl. Some of your songs are pretty good, and I did come all this way to watch you perform. So that probably makes me your fan. I don't know what else I would be at this point. Then you don't think of me as your friend? Ah, so we're cutting to the heart of things already, are we? That's almost admirable, actually, especially coming from a guy like Akira. He's so awkward, I figured it'd take him a load of umming and awing and maybe another stiff drink or two before he'd be able to tell me what's really up with him. I think I'm beginning to see him in a new light. Though I guess I've been seeing him in a new light for at least 5 years, so is it really new since Obscure debuted? I've always found Akira impressive, even back in school when he clearly didn't think that he was. I found him even more so about his debut, though, which makes it even funnier to see he hasn't changed all that much. My nose is running. Ugh. Even now, I can see his hands are shaking. This conversation must be taking a lot out of him, which makes me feel more at ease by contrast. We can't both be nervous, Rex. That'd be no good at all. One of us has to take charge. I'm not sure. I don't know if we were all that close back in high school, but I never hated you. I guess I wouldn't mind being your friend. But it's been 8 years since then. I'd be surprised if you still cared about my opinion all that much, although... My voice trails off. There's a pause, a moment where I uncross, then recross my legs, and then... Maybe I shouldn't be. I mean, this is just a hunch, but your newest song, Eternal Autumn, I thought it might have been a coincidence, but it seems a bit too specific. All the imagery, the school roof, and the setting sun, and the falling leaves. That was about me, wasn't it? Akira blinks. If we were back in high school, I'm sure his eyes would be twice the size that they do now, magnified behind the lenses of his glasses. He's known to give... He's now given up on. A faint blush spread across his cheeks, but he doesn't jerk his head away. He inhales, then says, "So, you noticed." It's not hard to. The first time I heard it, I had a feeling right here. I pressed my hand to my chest. Like that song was made for me. It called out to me, I guess you could say. If that doesn't sound too cheesy. It probably is, thinking about it. But I guess I'm no cheesier than the guy who dedicated a song to one of his classmates he's not seen in 8 years. I smiled wryly. Don't know if I'm saying that correctly. While Akira's face turns even redder. I was sure that the song was about me, about the time we spent on the roof, and about whatever you might have wanted to tell me after the culture festival. The things you didn't get a chance to say. The moment the song spoke about missed opportunities, fleeting moments, words left unsaid, I just knew it was about... I was sure it was about me. Though that made it really freaking awkward, you know? Hearing it when I was trying to get my Christmas shopping done. It was embarrassing hearing this whole ass ballad dedicated to me. And it's not like I could have told anybody the song was about me. Nobody would have believed me. I would have sounded like a crazy person. In fact, it made me feel like I was going crazy. Listening to that song all the time, it was driving me nuts. Nobody wants to be reminded of their embarrassing high school days all the time, you know? Why didn't you think about that song? How that song would make me feel, huh? I'm sorry. Maybe it was wrong of me writing that song about you without asking for your permission. It must have been awkward, like you said, listening to it all the time. But I didn't think it would become so popular. I mean, it's so different from Obscure's other songs. Toll was pretty dismissive of it when I showed him. He said it was so sentimental it'd never sell, but Mr. Terumasa thought it might make a nice change of pace. He said it would be a good experiment, but that's all it was meant to be, an experiment. It wasn't even really released as a single, it was just some throwaway filler track on Polychromia. At least that's what it was supposed to be. But then it was picked up and it became a big deal. And I started worrying that you would hear it! Oh my fucking god! But maybe part of me wanted you to hear it. Were you hoping I'd connect the dots? Maybe? I was worried, I guess, that I'd not be able to tell you what I meant to say back then, that I'd lost my chance forever. I was afraid we'd never be able to talk to one another again, so I put all my feelings in that song. I just wanted to tell you things I'd always wished to say. All of the things I was too cowardly to say. I wanted to thank you. I wanted you to know that I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for you. What do you mean? Well, it's a bit embarrassing. I wanted to tell you this for a while, actually. But you're the one who encouraged me to keep going, Haruto. You had faith in me. And I really did appreciate it. Oh, man. Now I'm blushing too.
Oh my god, I love them. Holy shit. Give me more of this. Akira's saying a lot of sappy stuff, so of course I'm gonna be confused. I don't get this at all. I'm glad you appreciated me, but where's all this coming from, man? You say I encouraged you, but I don't remember doing anything like that. I just gave you a few pointers every once in a while, that's all. And most of the time, when Akira rambled on about his manifold anxieties, I didn't properly listen. I don't think I was the good self-sacrificing friend he seems to think I was. Maybe he's looking at this through rose-tinted glasses? I feel pretty skeptical, but you did more than just that. You shouldn't put yourself down. Isn't that what you always told me? I've always been a bit of a perfectionist, I suppose you could say. Yeah, I suppose you could. That word just about sums this guy up to a T. And I found it hard to be truly happy with any of my accomplishments, or even to regard them as accomplishments at all. I don't want to dig too deep into it. I don't think that would be fair to you, but I suppose part of that is because of my mother. Not that she was ever unreasonable, she never had any lofty expectations of me like other mothers might. She just wanted me to succeed, I guess. She wanted me to be happy. But I always felt like I should be working harder. I didn't want to let her down. I kept pushing myself, whether it was with my That was my alarm! I'll mind that. Oh my fucking god, I'm getting so many text messages too. Whether it was with my exams or with the guitar. But I got so wrapped up in improving, I think I forgot why I picked up the guitar in the first place. In the end, it became another obligation. I was so determined to improve, it started to stress me out. I kept worrying that I wasn't good enough, that my playing would never amount to anything, that I was just wasting my time. But you told me not to worry so much. You told me that I was more than good enough, even if I didn't realize it myself at the time. And you were always really supportive too. I still remember when you took me to the rooftop that one time so you could listen to me perform. I felt like you really cared about me. I know this happened a long time ago, but it really did touch me. And though it's a bit late to bring this up, it's about 8 years too late, yeah. It did make me happy. You encouraged me, whether you know it or not. I thought you were inspiring. You did? I find it hard to believe that somebody like me would have inspired a genius like Akira. When my interest in music was always half-hearted at best, but I didn't think Akira's fucking but I don't think Akira's fucking with me. He sounds very earnest, and he looks earnest too, as he nods his head.
You did, yeah. I remember wishing, back when we were still in school, that I could be a little bit more like you. That I could simply not care as much about what other people think. Or other people thought. I can read. I thought it was kind of cool, actually, how you seemed to do what you want and you didn't let other people's opinions get you down. I thought you were really amazing. Oh my god. This is so sweet! Oh my god, I need a minute. Holy fuck, the writing's phenomenal. It felt like there was a lot I had to learn, not about the guitar necessarily, but about playing for an audience and how to become more confident. I was quite happy, actually, when you gave me that advice. It was reassuring, and I remember thinking in that moment, I guess I really do like him. I'm like staring around my room. Hold on! Pause! And I guess the feeling never quite went away. Oh. You are so gay. Fuck. I'm like manhandling my microphone. I need to stop. I blink, a blush spreading across my cheeks. Akida's confession is soft and understated. Just like him. So much so, I'm not even sure initially if it deserves to be called a confession or not. It's pretty ambiguous, just like a lot of Obscure songs. Their lyrics tend to be dense and convoluted, all full of smiles, so it's hard to tell what a lot of their songs are even about. I've seen a lot of debate online about their precise meaning of Eternal Autumn, and that's one of their more clear-cut songs. It's clearly a love song. Oh my god! Or maybe it'd be more accurate to say it's a song about love, which could have happened if only the singer had been a little bolder. I never thought I was gonna be so invested in this. Oh my god. Everybody calm down. If Akira and I hadn't been afraid of being hurt back then, maybe our relationship wouldn't have been stagnated. Maybe we wouldn't have drifted apart. Maybe... Oh, look at the time! Akira suddenly grabs his phone, fumbles it, and nearly drops it. How smooth. It's getting so late. We'll miss the last train if we stay here dilly-dally. I'm so sorry, Haruto. I hope I've not kept you for too long. What? Oh. I'd been lost in thought, trapped in my own snow globe of falling leaves, of chirping birds, of moments gone by. I was thinking about Eternal Autumn again, but I wasn't just thinking about that. I was thinking about those moments I spent with Akira on the roof, precious moments that I can only appreciate in hindsight. At the time, I didn't realize that afternoon would be so important to me. I didn't think about a lot of things back then. I was just coasting by, but... Oh, it's fine. The station's not too far from here, and the last train doesn't leave for another 10 minutes. Bruh, I would hassle my ass because 10 minutes is not much time in my opinion. I should be able to make it if I dash. Are you sure? Do you want me to call you a taxi? Nah, I'm good. I can manage it. First, though, we've gotta pay. I fumble around my pocket searching for my wallet, but it's alright, you don't need to worry about the bill. It's been taken care of. It has? What does he mean? And doesn't that sound kind of ominous? Maybe I'm being a dork, but it's making me think of Hitman movies. Yes, I asked the bartender to put you on my tab earlier when you went to the bathroom. I can handle it all, so... Fucking hell, Akira. Why'd you gotta do that, huh?
Do what? Pay for me. It makes me seem like we were out on some kind of date. You're making me act like the woman here! Oh my fucking god. It's embarrassing! What? Oh no, I never meant to imply. It wasn't supposed to be a date. Can you guys shut up for like a second? Oh my fucking god. I didn't even know that you would be here. It was a coincidence we ran into one. You said you were searching the bars earlier. Don't pretend you didn't come here on purpose. It was a coincidence that we ran into one another, but since you were kind enough to humor me, I thought I might as well pay for your half of the bill. Okay. I haven't had a second monster tonight, so that's why I'm yawning. I have projects to do later. I'm sure I kept... I can read. I'm sure I kept you with all of this reminiscing of the past. It feels like the least I can do. And it really was no trouble, I promise. Yeah, you're obviously rolling in money! Well, of course it's no trouble for you. You're rich and famous. Buying a few drinks ain't gonna bankrupt you. And why do you mind so much? It's the principle of it, you daft bastard! You didn't even ask me if it was alright. Should I have? Yes! It's emasculating! Why are you making such a big deal about it? Big deal. Fucking hell. I can read. I can speak. You know, having somebody foot the bill for you? Having someone foot the bill for you. You're making me feel like you're Not when you're saying it. Otherwise, I wouldn't even think twice. I wouldn't even think twice about it. What are you talking about? What do you want me to do next? Light up your cigarettes and shine your shoe? I think you're exaggerating a little bit too much. I don't smoke, actually. It's a bad habit. Kind of cute. He is such a goody despite being a frontman. The frontman of Obscure. All of those piercings making him look like a real bad boy. But Akira's still a total dork. And I would never ask you to shine my shoes. I'm not expecting anything in return. I'm just trying to be nice. Yeah, that's what they all say. The fuck? Can you just... Men really need to... Oh my fucking god. I'm like massaging my temples because just... Bro! You're making a mountain out of an anthill! And I thought my friend was dramatic. There's something you need to learn in this world though, Akira. There's no such thing as a free lunch or free drinks in this place. Like this bar specifically, or in the world. Whatever. If somebody does something nice for you, it usually means they want something in return. And even if they don't, it puts the other person at a disadvantage. Now I owe you. Can't you see how awkward this is? Oh, I suppose I see your logic, but I really hadn't thought of it like that. I really did just want to do something nice for you. You've been very good to me, listening to me babble, and I thought I might as well repay you before we go our separate ways. I would hate to leave our meeting on a sour note, so you're just gonna ditch me, are you? Talk about cold. No, I didn't mean to do that either. I just thought that I've taken up enough of your time, so I might as well get out of your hair. I don't want to impose, and sorry, but it's too late to worry about that. You've imposed already, paying for all my drinks. like it's nothing. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's guys who flaunt their That's... Paying for a few drinks is not flaunting their wealth. Or am I just too autistic? I can't tell. It's kind of gross, actually. You can just pay for all my shit without flinch. I'm rolling my eyes. I'm sorry. So you need to make it up. What?! I liked you at the start. Now I'm just really annoyed with you. After all this, you're not gonna cut things short here, are you? The night's still pretty young and we're not teenagers anymore. We can hang out a little longer than this. What do you say? Akira opens his mouth. Closes it. He blinks. Then says, do you want to spend more time with me? Duh. I wouldn't have asked otherwise, and anyways, you do I'm rolling my eyes. Who goes setting the bill like that behind their friend's back? It's sneaky. My pride might never recover. Oh, okay, he's being over-dramatic on purpose. Okay, I see the sarcasm now. It's not like footing a bill for a friend is, like, uncommon. I have done that before. Like, and my friend Yuki does it pretty regularly. When I was gonna pay for my own shit, she went to order first, then turned to me and was like, oh yeah, what do you want? And I'm like, oh, da-da-da-da. And then she proceeds to pay for me. Because I'm autistic and I can't think what she's gonna do next. And I'm like, you motherfucker, I knew it. I'm laying it... Oh, fuck. I'm laying it on a little thick, I know. I'm not all that fussed that Akira picked up the bill, but I don't want this night to end. Not just yet. I was finally reunited with Akira after all these years, and he even said he liked me. He was being pretty sappy, actually. My heart's still fluttering from it. Just a little. It isn't autumn anymore. It's bitterly cold outside, and the forecast said it would snow later tonight, but I don't mind that. Akira and I have both grown up. But now I've finally gotten my stupid feelings in order, maybe we'll finally stop growing apart. I'm looking at the fourth wall. Bro, stop beating around the bush! It doesn't take much... Oh my god, Weedling? I don't know. For me to talk Aki... what? I don't understand that sentence. Initially, he's a little hesitant about coming back home with me! Hold on. What? Excuse me! Like... I need a second. Not just because he should be over at a hotel with the other members of Obscure, though that is part of his problem, but because he doesn't want to impose. Are you sure you want to go... want me to go back with you? I doubt I'd be all that interested. I'm afraid I'd just get in the way. That's what he says, but I'm able to counter him with a swift and easy. Duh, I wouldn't have invited you back with me if I didn't want to hang out with you. What are you, stupid? Don't call him stupid. Socially based. Okay. Calm. We are calm. Socially, maybe. I used to get decent enough grades back in school, but Tova says, hey man, can you do me a favor and shut up for once in your life, thanks? That's how our conversation went. More or less, though I'm not sure if you could really call it a conversation. Akira put up a few half-hearted resistances. I rebuffed him, and now it looks like I've gotten my way. We take the train back to Ibetsu, the last train of the day. I'm glad we were able to get able to get on it, despite all of our bickering about the bill. And then our bickering about Akira coming back with me. I might have been able to talk him around. That's 1 point for me and 0 for Akira, but at a cost. I think Akira took my words to heart a little too much because he's been mute for the whole journey. We sit on the train in silence, watching Sapporo pass. As Sapporo passes by in a darkened blur, all high-rise buildings and multi-store department stores, which eventually give way to smaller, dingier little apartment buildings. It takes about half an hour to get from Sapporo Station to Ibetsu, and the journey's pretty quiet, almost melancholy. There aren't many people on the train, save for the odd salaryman who stayed out a bit too late drinking. There's this red-faced guy in the back of the train who looks almost catatonic. His head keeps shifting back and forth in rhythm with the train. The wheels are on of the tracks, and his eyelids are half lidded. There's a woman to my right, meanwhile, who's frantically texting on her phone. I wonder if she got involved in some sort of argument with a boyfriend, maybe? Because her fingers really are flying across the screen at a mile a minute. Other than these odd passengers, however, and they really are strange, the carriage is more or less deserted. There's only 8 people in the carriage, and none of them is saying very much. This is so painfully awkward, I'm shriveling up. I'm kind of worried with every minute that elapses that somebody in the carriage will recognize Akira, that they'll spy him as Obscure's frontman, and then they'll make a scene. This hasn't happened yet, thank God, but I can't help but feel paranoid. This paranoia feels sharp, spiky, concentrated in the pit of my stomach. He can just pull the mask up. I think he's fine. If I feel this awkward about Akira being recognized, then how the hell must he feel about it? Coming all the way out here with me when he should be back at his fancy hotel with the other members of Obscure was a pretty big risk for him. Is that another reason why he's being so quiet? Maybe he doesn't want to draw any unnecessary attention to himself. But nobody recognized him over at the bar, and that was way busier. It should be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. I hope it'll be fine, at least. Oh my fucking god! And to my immense relief, we're able to disembark at Ibetsu without any complications. We both step off the train, and we're soon met by the merciless cold. It stopped snowing, for now at least, and the temperatures aren't quite as bitter as they were when I first set off for the concert venue. It's still pretty darn chilly, though. So much so, my breath escapes from my mouth in small puffs of air. I might be wearing gloves, but my fingers are still tingling. If I'm feeling the cold keenly, then how the hell's Akira faring? He doesn't even have a coat. Not like me. He's still wearing that leather jacket, which doesn't look all that snug, and his trousers have a bunch of holes in them. I'm worried he's freezing. Only he's too polite to say anything. The poor guy. My house is a good 10-minute walk from the station, but we should be able to get there quicker if we hurry. I'm about to suggest that we leg it. Oh my god, through the streets. Akira might be a scrawny thing, but he always did surprisingly well in PE back in school. But hey, Haruto,
Akira suddenly addresses me, standing beneath the fluorescent orange glow of flickering street lamps. This is the first time he's spoken to me since we stepped on the train, and it stops me dead in my tracks. I was hoping to get home ASAP. It's cold as balls out here, but I guess I'll hear him out. I sniffle, trying to make it trying not to make it too embarrassingly obvious that my nose is getting stuffier from being outside for so long. And I ask him what's up. I was just wondering, do you live near here? Yeah, my apartment's about 10 minutes away. Do you want to head back? That was the plan, at least. I don't much want to wander around the streets in the dark. Not when it's gone midnight, but we could if you want to. Oh my fucking god, my nose is stuffy now. But I was actually hoping we could go for a bit of a walk. How are you not cold? A walk? There's a brief pause, a moment where the cold breeze flows, sneaking down the back of my coat, and then... Are you shitting me? No, I'm not. My legs are a little cramped after sitting on the train for so long, and I think it would be nice to get a bit of fresh air. I'd like a moment to get my bearings. And, don't you think the stars look pretty tonight? Homosexual! Oh my fucking god. I've been stimming that all day. Jesus fucking Christ. He tracks this on to the end of his... He tracks this on to the end of his statement, his voice a little too hopeful. Once again, he reminds me of a puppy. But what the hell does he mean the stars? They look just the same as always. As far as excuses to go wandering around at stupid o'clock at night go, it's a pretty weak one. Making sure I'm not getting any more text messages. I don't get why he's so determined to stay outdoors. He isn't really a dog, is he? Don't tell me he needs to get his walkies in, but you're being serious. Yes, I'm serious. I just thought it would be nice if you don't mind, that is. Well, that is the question. I do mind about this, quite a lot actually, but fine, if you want to freeze to death, you're more than welcome. Just don't come crying to me if your fingers fall off and you can't play the guitar anymore. I mean, geez, you're not even wearing any gloves. What's wrong with you? Well, I used to live in Kitami when I was growing up. You could say I'm used to the cold. Kitami. My geological knowledge isn't the best, but isn't that all the way in the north? Like the very north of the north? That's right. I know people think Sapporo gets chilly in the winter, but it's nothing compared to Kitami. Sometimes I'd get... Oh my god! I'd get down to the... It'd get down to the 10... minus 10... I can read! Sometimes it'd get down to the minus 10s even. Damn. That's kind of hardcore. How did you survive? I spent a lot of time under the kotatsu mostly. After living in Kitami for so long, Sapporo seems kind of mild. I've never had any issues with the weather here, but it looks like you do? Well, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, anything less than 10 degrees is way too freaking cold. But I guess I didn't bank on you being cold-blooded. Are you sure you're not some sort of lizard person? I was human the last time I checked, and I don't have scales either if you're if you're curious. I can read. You certain, bro? I'm quite sure, but why do you ask? You don't want to check, do you? Now there's an idea. I imagine sliding Akira's shirt up over his belly to get a look at that smooth stomach that girls across Japan all seem to go crazy for, but
Hello?
Maybe later. Didn't you want to go for a walk? Just a little one. I want to clear my head. Is there a park near here? Yeah, there is. It's the same general direction as my apartment, too. It's kind of small. It's not like there'll be any people around here at this hour. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you'd prefer that. How did you know? Just lucky guess. I know you've never really been one who likes a lot of socializing. It's kind of wild and awkward guy like you was able to become some sort of international sex symbol. I don't get it. Neither do I. Akira says with with a light laugh as we both set off. We wend our way down the snowy road. Oh my god, companion. Companion. Ably. Why you gotta use such wording? It's so I can't. Our souls slapping against the gray pavement. Akira glances at me, his dark hair fluttering in the breeze, and lightly says, I don't see my appeal either. I don't think I'm anything that special. But my manager always tells me I need to fake it until I make it, and I guess it paid off in the end. Also, you definitely made it now, Akira. You're so huge. Who said what now? Doctor, you're huge. Oh, I think I'm funny. I'm surprised you still remember a little guy like me. I'm a little guy. Well, of course I remember you. You're the one who told me to believe in myself. And I've never forgotten that, you know? Well, I'm flattered, I guess? But I'm surprised anything I said stuck with you. It's not like I gave you any great pearls of wisdom. I'm no Sun Tzu. Oh, fucking hell, I'm butchering everything. You know? Everything I say was just common sense. Anybody could come out with that BS. Maybe they could have. But that doesn't change the fact that nobody else did. You were the only one who seemed to take me seriously. Haruto. You and my mother, I suppose. I'd never be so... Oh my god! I don't know how to say that. As to call you my first fan, of course. I'd never be so gouache to call you my first fan. I don't know. Well, good, because if you did that, I'd have to kick you. But maybe you were my first supporter? I wonder. It's not like I supported Akira all that much, really. I wasn't that into the guy. Mostly I found himself effacing? Oh my fucking god. Self-effacing attitude annoying. There we go! He always puts himself down. So of course, I told him to get over himself. I wasn't going to let the guy ruin his own future prospects because of his own stupid misplaced shyness. Miserable. But I do have to wonder, as Akira and I walk through the streets, why it bothered me so much. Akira transferred into Mitano High late, and I knew him for less than a year. We weren't good friends. I'm not even sure if we were average friends, but the two of us continued to walk, the snow crunching discordantly beneath our shoes. It still isn't snowing, but the stars look a little like icy flakes themselves. There are so many of them. I guess the stars are kind of pretty, but it's icy cold out here. It's a nice night to go for a walk. My ass. Maybe the weather would feel balmy if this were the Arctic Circle, but I'm fucking freezing. The park The park, when we get to it, proves itself to be nothing special. It wouldn't look special even during the daytime. The grass is scrubby, the trees naked, thanks to the cold, but in the dark, it looks downright sinister. There's nobody here, just like I anticipated, since it is Christmas Eve. Oh right, it's Christmas Eve, I forgot. Excuse me, I blah, blah, blah. Give me a second. Pause, rewind, play. I imagine most people will be out with their loved ones or at home trying to get warm. The park is empty. The park is this empty, yawning grass of dirt and weather-blasted hedge-grown twisted trees. Fucking hell. I can read. Pause, rewind, play. There's a playground a little further away. 2 swings and a slide. But the equipment's all rusted over. It looks like a scene from a horror movie. It's pretty freaking depressing, actually, and yet... Hey, Akira. For some reason, my heart is starting to flutter again. I can feel the anticipation bubbling inside me, just like it did when I first arrived at the Kyobun. It feels like my blood is fizzing. Why did you ask me to go on a walk with you? Why? Akira blinks. He looks taken aback by this question, which is fair. I did ask it pretty suddenly after a lull in the conversation. I feel a bit guilty, like I've put him on the spot, but Akira takes it in his stride, or at least he tries to. He affects a smile, but isn't it a little awkward? As he says, "It's like I said, I wanted to stretch my legs, and I thought it would be a nice night. The stars are as boring as always. Now stop lying to me. That is not why you asked me on a walk, and we both know it. Why did you really want to come out here?" It's so torturously, like, slow burn that my brain is like, release me! And why was he so keen to seek me out when he saw my Twitter post? What did he want to tell me after school culture festival? What words did he plan to say to me a whole week in advance? Maybe even more, which he was forced to swallow down. There was no way Uzi Akira should care about me that much. He's a celebrity and I'm a nobody. I should be completely beneath his attention, even more unworthy than an ant. He isn't supposed to have feelings for me, but I think you probably know. Oh my god! It's happening, everybody stay calm! Akira examines me from a distance, standing a few paces away, standing beneath the shade of a large oak tree, which still has most of its leaves. For once, he doesn't blush. He looks a little uncertain, yes, but that's to be expected. I know I'm asking him something pretty heavy, and he knows I'm asking him something... And he knows oh my fucking god, I know I'm asking him something pretty heavy, and he knows I'm asking him something pretty heavy. There we go. Holy shit, I thought I was tweaking. But no matter how tense the atmosphere between us is, Akira doesn't back down. I thought that Eternal Autumn would have made it obvious. I've never been all that good at subtlety, even though people say my lyrics are... Riley Akira smiles. Obscure. So funny. My songs might seem complicated, but the feelings beneath them are all pretty straightforward. Or at least that's what I think. I know I told you this already, but I don't know if My meaning carried across. Maybe I was being too vague, so I'll say it again. Haruto. Akira inhales, and then... I like you. Akira looks at me mutely, his eyes very dark, not at all abashed like he usually is. His expression is oddly zen-like a Buddha, as he waits for my reply. There's something intense about him, something decidedly un-Akira-like. But no, I've seen this Akira before. This isn't the Akira I know from school, but the one on stage, the one who was able to face down a crowd of 2,000 people without flinching. Akira's producer, Mr. Teramusa, I think I said that wrong earlier, okay, did tell him to fake until he made it. Is that what he's doing now? I guess it's a good thing that he's able to master his nerves, but it's not fair. Why does he get to look so cool? If this was a romance movie, which it isn't, the park is so grim and desolate it looks more like a horror set. Would I be the blushing maiden? No fucking shit! Oh my god! How long have I even been, like, playing this? I've had to do, like, 3 different, like, recordings because it's taking me so fucking long. That's messed up, man. I opened my mouth and then closed it, struggling to muster up some sort of reply. Any reply! There's a pause, and then... You... really like me? It's pretty pathetic as far as replies go. Akira doesn't mock me for it. He's not that cruel. He smiles softly and then says, "That's right. I liked you a lot back in school when you were always helping me. I don't know if I ever did tell you this, but... Oh my fucking god, I don't know if I ever did tell you this, but I always considered you my closest friend. This might sound somewhat pitiful, given we have... Oh my god. I can read. This might sound somewhat pitiful, given that we never did spend much time together outside of the club room, but but I was always awkward, you know. It's hard for me to make friends, and I did move to Sapporo in my last year of high school. It was hard trying to fit in. I was never any good at it. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to settle in or make any friends. So it was a relief when I met you. You made everything a lot easier. You were nice to me, whether you realized it or not, even though you could be a bit harsh." Oh my god, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. But I got the feeling you were harsh for my own good because you wanted to help me. I could tell that I probably annoyed you, but you did... Oh my god, but you still stuck by me. You always humored me. You were there for me. So it was probably inevitable that I would like you. I liked you a lot. Akira's hand finds his chest just above his heart. His fingers curl against his leather jacket, dark eyes half lidded. There's a pause, and then... I still like you, even after all this time. There was something I wanted to tell you, actually, or maybe it'd be more accurate to say there was something I wanted to ask you. I never got the chance to ask because you started to avoid me after our performance went so poorly, but... Akira's voice trails off. He inhales, his dark eyes large and soulful, staring into my own, so I tremble. I think I've already made it obvious enough, but after the culture festival, I wanted to ask if you would like to go out. Yes! Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Ah! Now the last of Akira's bravado fails him. He laughs, sounding as uneasy as always, and mumbles. But that's a lot to hit a person with, isn't it? I know it's not fair. It's been 8 years since we last saw each other. But maybe you did like me back then, and maybe you didn't. I don't really know. But it's too late. But it's too late to hope for anything to come out of it. In fact, I think it'd be downright delusional if I expected a favorable answer. There's no way you could still like me. If you ever liked me at all. I don't know if you saw me like that. And it's probably creepy that I felt this way about you for so long. It's not like we were ever even all that close. I just got this idea into my head, I guess, that I'd like to date you. I mean, since I always thought you were nicer than you acted, and I guess I stuck with it. I can get pretty set in my ways, as you can probably tell. I decided I liked you, and I wasn't able to shake these feelings, but I really don't want to be too pushy about it. I'd feel awful if you felt coerced into some manner of relationship because of my celebrity status. And the last thing I want is to manipulate you, so hey loser. I cut Akira off mid-ramble, grabbing a fistful of his scarf in the process! Akira shuts up. Thank the fuck. But he does make a funny squeaking sound like an old dog toy. Man, I can't believe he's still this socially awkward. You'd think he'd have his shit together now, on account of him being a celeb, but apparently not. He might be one of Japan's more desirable men, but he has all the way with words of an awkward, acne-riddled teenager. He's such a nerd, even now. You don't need to assume my feelings like that. It's just gonna cause a load of problems. It's way easier to ask people how they think straight up. 9 times out of 10, you'll get a straightforward answer if you ask a straightforward question. Now, let's do this again. Are you asking me out? Akira swallows. I see his Adam's apple shift in his throat. See the way he blinks, his dark lashes fluttering. For a guy, he has stupidly long, pretty lashes. It's really no wonder he's so popular. There's a pause. A few moments of awkward silence, and then... Yeah, I guess I am. But I don't want to force you into accepting anything. Please don't feel obligated. If you don't return my feelings, it's alright. I won't be upset. Am I seeing a cat? Hello? What you doing? You wanna help Mama record? Do you wanna go outside? Are you done with your dinner? Hey, Dirk. Wanna help Mama record? You wanna jump up here? Yeah, Mama's playing a game. He's staring at the screen. He's so cool. If you don't return my feelings, it's alright. I won't be upset. Or rather, I will, but I won't be that upset. It's not worth you dwelling on, so... Akira doesn't get a chance to get the rest of his words out, however, because I decide to silence him. I lean in as easy as anything, and I press my lips in a kiss! Don't stare at me like that when I'm screaming. Take that, Akira. Akira might be some big shot whose face is on billboards all across the city, and sure, maybe half of my coworkers seems to have a crush on him. But get this, it doesn't matter how famous this guy is or how many adoring fans he has. In the end, I'm the one he's kissing. Me. Average as Haruto. Oh my god. Good for you, bestie! Yeah! There's nothing special about me, but he still has a thing for me.
I want to find someone like that. Who said that? This loser still likes me. And by the sound of it, he's liked me for a really long time. He's liked me ever since we were in high school, but he was too chicken to tell me how he felt. Akira always been like that, though he's hailed as a heartthrob. It seems he hasn't changed all that much. For a celeb, his self-esteem is astoundingly abysmal. But he was still able to muster up the courage to confess to me, in a sense at least. He told me how he felt, so of course, I'm going to answer him in return. If what he's saying is true, he waited for me for 8 freaking years. This whole time, he's had to think for me. I'm not even gonna do that. So naturally, I have to kiss him. Good for you, bestie! How could I not? I mean, to be honest, if I had a goth boy confess to me, I think I would do the same. But also, that's a man. Oh, I really am gay. For women. I'm not really the sappy sort, so I'd rather not come out with it. Not in words, at least. It'd be embarrassing, after all, to hit Akira with the whole, yeah man, I guess I've always had a thing for you too. You were my gay awakening, don't you know? Only I was too awkward to tell you, and then we graduated, and I never had the chance. Ain't that a bummer? Yeah, that's... okay. Okay, sassy pants. I'm not going to say it, but I hope if I keep kissing his stupid face, he'll get the message. I want him to know that I like him too. I like him so freaking much. So maybe that's why I get a little too into kissing! I lean into the kiss, nipping my teeth against Akira's lower lip. But as it turns out, I lean in too far. I feel a little floaty because of all the booze I've drunk. The roads around here are kind of uneven. I must have stepped on something. A pebble, maybe? Because all of a sudden, my center of gravity shifts. I fall forward, my lips still locked against Akira's, and wouldn't you know it, he winds up falling over too. Akira might be taller than I am, but he's skinny as a rail, and there's not much meat on his bones, and I guess he was already flustered because of that kiss. Mustn't have expected it. Well, good. I wanted to startle him because he doesn't even try to steady himself. Maybe he can't. Oh, there you go. He falls, and I wind up falling with him. We both tip backwards, the wintry breeze cold and unforgiving against our cheeks, whipping through. Whoa, my god. Whipping through our hair. Fucking hell. Oof. Ah, shit. We both hit the ground in a tangle of limbs, an explosion of pain. Well, if there's one silver lining to all of this, at least we're both on the grass. The ground is hard thanks to the cold temperatures, but it's not quite as hard as concrete would be. That's a relief, if anything else. There's a bit of snow scattered around, which breaks our fall. It could have been a lot worse. But it could have been a lot better too. What if Akira bonked his head? What if he has a concussion? I don't know if he's scheduled to play somewhere else tomorrow. Isn't Obscure on another one of their tours? But how the hell am I gonna explain to the top brass and blah 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 if it turns out I've heard him? Akira, hey Akira, are you alright? I stare down at Akira, who's lying on the grass beneath me, his dark hair scattered on the dirt. He blinks up at me, his expression groggy and a little dazed, and then ah! Oh my god, they're so cute! Hold on! Oh my god, I love them. I'm really not helping with the rumors of women loving gay men. Listen, I like this because honestly, these characters, the dialogue, very well written. Second of all, the story, holy shit. Chef's kiss. I think I'll be fine. I didn't hit my head that hard, but... To my surprise, he begins to laugh. I thought that I'd heard him. He caught the ground at a pretty awkward angle, and he fell with a loud thud, but maybe not. He seems to be alright. Unless he hit his head, that is, and it warped his personality? Okay, way to overthink, genius. There's still a chance I might have done irreparable damage to him, but you're so funny, Haruto. I am? Yeah. I feel like our roles have been reversed. I'm usually the one who fusses and you have to reassure me. It's not like you to come over so concerned. But it's kinda cute. Oh. Oh. I pout. A giggling Akira pinned beneath me. I can't say I really get it. Was that kiss so good he lost his senses? But you're ridiculous. I was worried about you too. I thought I'd really hurt you, you asshole. I poke Akira in the side, sliding my fingers beneath his jacket, and oh my god, beneath his ribs. And then, hey Haruto, what are you? No, stop. Don't put your hands there, you... Akira begins to laugh once more, pressed against the snow and the dirt as I tickle him. That can be misconstrued in so many ways at first. My fingers digging into his supplied body without cease, so he splutters. I tickle him for a while, venting out all my frustration, 8 years worth of jealousy and bitterness and resentment, and a little nagging voice in the back of my head which kept going, what if? Haruto, please, I give. But Akira's voice snaps me out of my musings. He stares up at me, his face a little flushed, his hair more than a little rumpled as he says, leave me alone, you monster. What sort of jerk attacks a defenseless maiden in the dark? Maiden? I snort at this, one eyebrow raised. What do you mean? Is there something you're not telling me, dude? Well, you know how it is. A man has to have some secrets. I'd invite you to find out if you really want, but not here, of course. It's a little open even if there's nobody around. Oh my fucking god! I'm not that daring. I scoff at this and give Akira another poke. He squeaks. I figured as much. For a guy who wears so much makeup and has so many piercings, you've always been such a goody-goody. You've not been involved in a single scandal since you made it big. There's no way you get down and dirty in a park. For a celeb, you're kind of boring. No offense. Stop taking. I could be a bad boy too if you only give me a chance. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. Yeah, I was just, biding my time. I mean, it's not like I want to hook up with just anybody. So this whole time, you were waiting for your Prince Charming to sweep you off your feet? Something like that, I guess. But it sounds corny now when you say it like that. That's because it is. And you're just proving my point. You really are a goody-goody.
But you know what? What? I think that's the part of... I think that's all part of your appeal. You might not be as cool as your fans think you are, but you're definitely adorable. Well, I wonder about that. Sometimes I do wonder... Oh my god, sometimes I do worry my fans would be disappointed if they knew what I'm like. But I guess you don't mind, Haruto. Nah. I'm used to be disappointed. I'm used to disappointment! Hey! But you're not one of them. I finished smoothly, now moving to cup Akira's cheeks with one of my palms. How could I be disappointed in you anyways, when you're so adorable? I'm not that heartless, and I guess I always had a thing for puppies. Puppies? Akira's nose wrinkled. Wrinkles. Are you going to put me on a leash? Ah! Would you like it? It'd stop me from losing you. Holy shit, I did not expect this. Oh my god. That's rich coming from you. You're the one who avoided me back in school, you jerk. Well, I guess you have a point. I was an asshole. Yes, you were. And you must have terrible taste after... After all, you're the one who has a crush on this asshole, aren't you? Akira opens his mouth. There's a pause, and then... Jeez, I just can't win with you, can I? Nope, it's not possible, so you might as well give up. And who's to say I haven't already? You do have me pinned down, you know. So I do. Akira looks up at me, his face a little flushed, his slender oh my god, his slender chest rising and falling. I look back down at him, smiling softly. I cup his face, holding it like it's a precious treasure. And just like that, we both start to laugh. I don't know why Akira's laughing exactly. Is it at the sheer absurdity of the situation? But I think I'm laughing in disbelief more than anything. I find it hard to wrap my head around the idea that a guy like Uzui Akira, the Uzui Akira, could ever be interested in me. It's crazy to me that a man this popular, one of the most popular musicians in Japan, has held a flame for an average guy like me for such a long time. That he still cares about me so much despite so much time passing. It's so crazy I can't help but laugh. Akira's always been oh my god. Intense about the things he cares about. The guitar? Mostly. But he displayed a similar obsession with his studies. And with me too. I mean, what the hell? I really don't get it. But I'm glad he likes me all the same. We both laugh together, our voices mingling in the chill air. We lie there, on the grass, Akira on his back, me straddling him. Akira smiles up at me, his face flushed, until our laughter eventually melts into the cold midnight air. I look at Akira for a few moments, spellbound, hardly able to believe my luck. I exhale, my breath escaping my lips in a puff of visible air. And then, once more, I dip my head. My eyelids fall shut. Haru... And I capture Akira's mouth with my own in a soft, gentle kiss that continue on and on as the wind sighs around us. Oh my god! That was... Oh my god, that was so fucking good. Holy shit. Visual novel storytelling is always so phenomenal when it's done right. And this... amazing! Holy shit, it took me a while to get through it because I had to read so much and I can already feel my voice semi-giving out on me.
But oh my god, it was worth it. Holy shit. Oh my god. Whew. After this video is posted, I'll be posting my new schedule, and the next video is gonna be the Field Semestra update. Which hopefully I'm gonna be recording tomorrow. But we'll see. Other than that, I was thinking of small side projects. I have a lot of personal projects already, but what I want to do is read classic books. Ah! Oh my god! Wait! There's more! It's been a couple of months since I saw Obscure perform at the Kyobun, but the wintry weather hasn't let up at all. If anything, I think it's even colder than back in December. The night's shorter. It's tail end of February and only a few days in the month left. A few overcast, oh my god, days where the sun struggles to peek out from behind the bowers of gray clouds which filled the sky. Despite living in Hokkaido all my life, I've never been a big fan of the winter. I'm not cut out for the cold, not like Akira, and I feel it easily, so much so that I always wind up shivering even when I'm curled up under my sheets. To be honest, I've always found the weeks following New Year's a miserable affair. With Christmas Eve and New Year's in, oh my fucking god, my nose. In the past, there's nothing to look forward to in the dreary months that follow. January is particularly a real letdown, and there's nothing to do but work. But February's not much better. In fact, February might be even worse. Sure, it has Valentine's Day, but that's only ever served to remind me of what a loser I am. And February in Sapporo is fucking freezing. I'm sure it's colder in February than it is in December. It's definitely been snowier. Global warming? In pre-Akira days, oh my god, I'd be spending February nights all alone trying to fend off the cold beneath my sheets. Man, I can't believe you fell asleep already. What are you, some sort of fairy tale princess? I thought you were joking when you called yourself a fair maiden, but I'm starting to wonder. But I'm not living in the pre-Akira days anymore. These are the post-Akira days, and perhaps more importantly, the post-Akira nights. He confessed to me in the park by my apartment, and we've been going steady since. I didn't get to see Akira for most of January, despite our newfound relationship, because Obscure were still on tour. Oh my god, my voice. They had 5 more cities across Japan to hit up after the Sapporo show: Yokohama, Fukuoka, Sendai, Nagoya, and Chiba? Akira's busy schedule kept him fully booked until the end of January, and even then, he's been in high demand. The massive, unprecedented success of Eternal Autumn has ensured he's regular on all sorts of TV shows, and he's been doing a fair bit of modeling work recently. He's been so busy with all of these contractual obligations, he's barely had time to practice, much less think up any new songs. At this rate, I'm afraid I'm going to be stuck playing Eternal Autumn for the next decade. Akira grossed me one night. Oh my god, my voice. When we went out to drink. I'm proud of the song, but even I'm starting to get a little sick of it. There are other good songs on Polychromia too. I think Transparent Blue was my favorite, but nobody seems to want to talk about that. Well, now you know how the rest of us feel. Maybe this is the universe's way of punishing you, because you've been subjecting the rest of us to that song for months. If you're gonna make billions of this single song, you better suffer for it at least a little bit. I am suffering, believe me. I'm afraid Tova hates me now because Eternal Autumn overshadowed everything else on the album so much. And fuck everything else we've recorded. I could tell at this point Akira was getting hammered. He hardly ever swears unless he had a few pints. And even then, he tends to be as mealy-mouthed as a choir boy. The other band members tell me not to worry. Rosario said he's been enjoying his time in the limelight, but I still feel kind of guilty. It's like I've cursed my own bandmates. Maybe I'm being melodramatic, but Eternal Autumn really does feel like it'll be eternal at this rate. You know, I thought the exact same thing when I went out to buy Christmas gifts back in December. You did? I told you, didn't I? The song's been blared everywhere was enough to drive me nuts. Oh my god, I need a mint. But I guess some good things did come out of it after all. I looked at Akira meaningfully as he blushed in response. Abashed, he looked away, then said, "Yeah, I guess so." Oh my god, there's even more text! So you could have probably gathered from the little snippet, the two of us are still going strong. I don't get to see Akira all that often. As it turns out, having a relationship with one of the most famous men in Japan is a little tricky to manage, but he comes to visit me whenever he can. Akira himself lives in Tokyo, which is where I guess all these big celebs reside, but he comes to visit me in my cruddy apartment whenever he's in the area. I feel a bit embarrassed actually about a big shot like Akira visiting little old me in my rundown apartment, but he's never been judgmental about it. He doesn't really comment on my apartment all that much. Actually, he's never looked his nose down at me from my meager living arrangement, but he has also never, to his immense credit, gone, "This place is really nice, Haruto." I can endure silent condemnation just fine. I mean, it is silent. But a blatant lie like that really would get under my skin. I don't need to be reminded of the sheer gulf in status between us, not when it's so immediately apparent whenever I key Akira's name into Google. He's a huge celebrity, but despite that, he still tries to make time for me. He texts me every day when we can see one another. And he visits me a handful of times since we started dating. He's invited me back to his place in Tokyo, but I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Tokyo's a bit of ways away, and the tickets are expensive. Though I know Akira would be only too happy to pay my way if I asked. I don't want to ask though, which is part of the problem. I don't want to rely on Akira too much. I don't want him to think, oh my god, I don't want him to think like I'm only dating him for his money, which is, from what I've gathered, immense, though I'm probably being paranoid. I don't think Akira thinks that. He's such a trusting, earnest puppy of a guy. The thought probably didn't cross his mind, but it has crossed mine. I know exactly what the paper will say if they get their hands on this story. All of the news sites. They'll make a big deal out of the heartthrob Usui a
one thing, and for another, I know they'll have a field day exposing my less than illustrious past. It's not like I've ever done anything noteworthy. I don't have a criminal record, at least, but it's my complete lack of note that'll be talked about. Why the papers will post it, oh my god, post it, is Usui Akira dating a schlub like this where he could have anybody he wants? What's going on? Does oh my fucking god, Nishikino I don't know how to say this, have some sort of blackmail material on him? I don't want to get drawn into a media circus, and I don't want to give Akira any trouble either. That's why we've been keeping our relationship on the down low. I guess word of it will come out eventually if we're going to stay together. But for now, I'm content seeing Akira in gaps during his busy schedule when he can spare me the time. I'm happy simply being with him, reminiscing with him, joking with him, and hell, I've been playing with him a little. I might have jacked in the drums after our dinosaur I can read! Disastrous performance at the school culture festival, but I didn't give up on music for good. At this point, I don't think I could. It's become part of me, entrenched inside my very being. I wound up buying a keyboard when I moved into this apartment a few years back, so I could fiddle around with a few compositions whenever the mood struck. My keyboard hasn't been a lot of use since I picked it up, but I've been playing it more since I started to date Akira. Being with him must have given me some motivation. It's almost starting to feel like he's my muse in a sense. Oh my god! Though that sounds incredibly cheesy, so I'd rather not tell anyone about that. Not even Akira. He's lactose intolerant, and I wouldn't want to make him ill. Oh, you think you're funny, do you? I've been doing quite a bit with Akira, though even if we can't see one another very often, I enjoy playing with him, though he's far better than I am. He was better than me back when we were students at Minato High, and his skills only increased over the years. It stands to reason, I guess he's the frontman of such a famous beloved band. But while Akira's been working on his playing, my own skills have stagnated. I can't hope to hold a candle to him, but Akira doesn't seem to mind. He still asks me for feedback actually, just like when we were dumb teenagers noodling away with in our club room after school. It's cozy. Oh my fucking god, my voice needs a break. But sleeping in bed beside Akira while snow falls outside, I need to read that again, is even cozier. I watch him, my eyes half lidded, and as he dozes, his hair freed from its usual ponytail, his eyelids are closed, long lashes matted, his bare chest slowly rising and falling in slumber. It's not been long since I slid. Am I reading this right? But it seems like all of his energy has escaped him. He's dead to the world. His eyes still line smoky black. Am I reading this correct? I don't. What? Sex! Oh my fucking god. He's completely naked, save for. Okay, I see how it is. As for that choker, I guess which he always wear. It's pretty sexy actually, seeing Akira like this, so vulnerable, exposed. Oh my god, God help me.
but he looks even sexier 20 minutes ago! Ah! No! No, 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 no. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this. Oh, no, no, no. My asexual ass can't. I know I should probably nudge him awake if only he can take out his piercings. And maybe he should have a shower. We did work out a bit of sweat, but I can't bring myself to disturb him. I observe him instead, smiling fondly, my fingers cradling through his hair. My nails brush against his scalp and Akira exhales, but he doesn't stir. He really must have been working hard to pass out like that. He's always looking tired. When I see him, his eyes droopy, and I guess the sex was more than he could endure. God help me! I didn't sign up for this! He seems to be enjoying it at the time, at least. Well, good for you guys. Can I leave? Can I please leave? But the time has passed now. My room is dark, the lights are low, and I can hear the wind outside sighing softly in the snow. And the snow. It falls from the sky like powdered sugar coating the sheets until they turn stark white beneath the moonlight. Whew, it's very pretty. But Akira's pretty. Okay, we get it! It's kind of funny, actually. I've been seeing a lot of rumors on the press that Akira and Risa are an item. She's the lead singer of Oral Vampire because Obscure were invited to open for Oral Vampire in their upcoming Warped tour. It's been all over the news. I've seen the same grainy photo of Akira and Risa chatting in a bar about 50 minutes in the last fortnight. For 50 times. I can read. It must be slow news. It must be a slow news cycle, I guess. For so much time to dedicate to Akira's supposed relationship with the singer, but Akira was pretty, oh my god, derisive about the news when I told him about it. Apparently, Risa's a lesbian! Can we have a game about that? Can we have a game about that? Please, 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 please! And she's been in a dedicated relationship with her high school sweetheart for the past, oh fuck. She's been keeping quiet about it because she doesn't want to subject her girlfriend to the media, but she's already spoken for. Okay, good, good, good. And I've never dreamed about trying to make a move on her. And neither would any man who values what's between the legs! I kind of want this woman now. Who said that? Akira said with a light laugh. I know the news has latched on to this story, but it's a load of hot air, really. They're just grasping at straws. You don't need to worry about it, Haruto. You know that you're the only person I love. He hit me with the L word when he told me this. Love, not like. He was pretty explicit about it, which was kind of embarrassing since we'd only been together for a couple of months at this point, and it felt like things were moving a little too fast. But I can't deny it. It made me happy. Is it over? No? Okay. Seeing Akira like this, rumpled after... I didn't sign up for this. I love reading gay stories, but I'd rather not read about the gay sex. And that's not in a homophobic sense, or like, ew, men. It's because my asexual ass doesn't want anything to do with that right now. His dark hair curling around his pale face makes me happy too. Yeah, well, good for you guys. I'd rather not be a third-party observer right now. The press can say whatever they want about him. They can spin as many stories as it... Bless you. Jerks. Oh, fuck. As they like. Post as many grainy photographs trying to prove Akira sleeping his way through all of the alt-rock bands in Tokyo. I couldn't give a shit. I know that Akira is with me and he loves me. He's been in love with me for 8 years because he's a hopeless romantic like that, and I
I don't know if I'm quite as sappy as he is, but I'm almost as bad. I must be, otherwise my heart wouldn't flutter so much every time I look at him. I smile at Akira as he lies there, curled on his side, and compelled by some greater force, I lean in. My eyelids fall shut, and very softly I press my lips to his own in a gentle kiss. Are we done?
Oh my god, thank the fuck. I don't think my voice could have taken much more. Ugh.
Anyway, what was I saying before? I have a lot of personal projects going on at the moment, but I was thinking of maybe doing like audiobook readings of like classic novels, because I know that helped me when I was going through like certain books that I didn't want anything to do with, and some people say my voice can be kind of soothing when it's not fucked up from talking this much. For how long have I been recording this one? Recording 2 hours and 31 minutes. Okay. This video is going to take a while. Anyways, I hope you enjoy it. I'll be posting the schedule after this video, the new schedule, and next video will be the Fields of Mystery update, because I've been meaning to play that while recording, but I just haven't. So yeah, bye!